Alright, and we are live. Alright, so just a heads up. I'm still somewhat sick. As you can tell by my voice. And I am fucking tired today. I don't know. I think since this started, since I can't properly breathe out of my nose, it's been screwing with my sleep a lot. So, my sleep hasn't been well. Didn't help that I just had a fair bit of struggle falling asleep last night. Like, I was in bed for like an hour. So, oh, that helps. Also, Richie and Lil Mama, welcome. How are you two doing today? Pardon me. Alright, so we are going to be playing the third Odyssey mod today, which for those who don't know what it is, basically, I stole your cup of tea? I haven't had a cup of tea in months. I deny these charges. For those who don't know what Third Odyssey is, it's an alternate history mod where instead of remaining in the old world, the Romans, the Byzantines, flee west to the new world. So yeah, it's a very good mod. I really enjoy this mod, and I'm gonna have a lot of fun streaming it. So yeah, I'm gonna be reading through some of these events. I'm not sure if I'm gonna read through all of them. I don't know. There's a lot of text, so with all the events. The Emperor of Rome looks upon his realm and despairs. To the east lies the land of the hostile Turks, successors to the Arabs that battered Anatolia in times long past. To the west lie the Serbs and Hungarians, eager to carve up the piece of a dying empire and expand their own dominion. The Varna Crusaders have been butchered. The legions of Rome once conquered the known world, but that was long ago. A lesser man might quail at these truths, but Ionis and his brother Constantinos are not... Oh, pardon me, Jesus Christ. Are not lesser men while delving into the depths of the Imperial Library for anything that might deliver them from destruction. The brothers located a hidden cache of information left behind by the exalted former emperor, Alexios Komnenos. The cache contained detailed schematics of dromons retrofitted with deep-sea capabilities of the ancient Roman vessels that plied the treacherous seas between the coasts of Hispania and the lands of the Celts in ages past, and was intended for a trading expedition to Varangian Vinland that never materialized. With them, the two brothers were able to scheme up a plan to hastily retrofit the remnants of the Imperial Navy to the designs, reinforced with modern construction techniques, and flee west in a new Odyssey just as Aeneas fled Troy 3,000 years ago. Oh, fucking hell. Obviously, they're not here yet. They probably don't know I'm streaming. Oh, one moment. This is going to be happening a lot during this stream. It's not my fault that I'm sick, little mama. Books and Fire. The Emperor has been approached by his close confidant, Gorgios Sophronites, who argues that we should take with us that which made us respected in ages past, our learning. The most important books and scrolls, including the manuscripts detailing the construction process for truly ocean-worthy vessels, should be collected into a library and given a place on the fleet. In addition, a skilled German engineer named Johannes Grant was able to recreate a small amount of Greek fire based on scrolls stored in a hidden cache in the Imperial Library, and he is requesting that space on the fleet be allotted to storing the substance and the ingredients used to make it. Such endeavors would be expensive and cost precious space, but they might be worth it. Alright, I'm gonna take that, because all of this stuff doesn't matter. Our entire nation gets reset except for power, I believe, and money. Well, I don't know about the money. I think it doesn't get reset. I think we arrive with a very specific set of money, depending on what options we choose. The Silk of the Empire. The Emperor Ionis' cousin, Theophilus Paleologos, mathematician, grammarist, and second in line for the throne behind the Emperor's brother, Constantinos, has requested that the vast silk reserve of the Roman Empire and the resources required to produce it be collected into our westbound fleet. Silk, he says, has long been the garment of royalty and empire and would make a fine luxury trade good. Such extravagance would have cost us precious space, though, and we may all need the people and supplies we can get. At the very least, he requests that if we do not take the silk along, that we instead destroy it to prevent the Ottoman Sultanate from discovering its production methods. There's gonna be a lot of reading during the first, 40 years of this. The fate of the Morean despote. One final question remains in regards to our holdings. While we're resigned to Constantinople falling to the Turks, we can still decide the fate of our southern holdings. The Republic of Venice is attempting to build an empire in the eastern Mediterranean. They would be grateful for a hold over the strong defensive positions of the southern highlands. A delegation from the Republic of Genoa, headed by a certain Archbishop Leonard of Chios, has expressed a desire to increase their economic penetration of the Aegean and Black Seas, something that could easily be accomplished by selling the territory to Genoa. Finally, we could grant independence to the Morean despote under the leadership of the Emperor's brother, Theodorus. Now, gain ship and supplies, gain troops and arms, or stability and ducats. I'll take this. Even though I'm selling it to the dastardly Venetians. The Venetian captains. A pair of Venetian captains who sold their vessels for the journey have recently approached the Emperor and his advisors, stating that to cross the great Western Ocean, the Romans would need more than just a fleet of galleasses and small caravels. One of the merchant captains, Delfino Delphin, that's actually his real... Also, just a heads up, at this point in the game, all the names mentioned here are actual real people, by the way. They obviously don't do this stuff in reality, but Delfino Delphin is a real person, and he fought in Constantinople during the fall, I believe, and was killed, during one of the battles that allowed Turks to take the Golden Horn, and basically that allowed the city to fall. So, just flexing my historical knowledge. Has has offered to use his own connections as a member of one of the original founding families of the Republic, along with part of the dwindling Roman treasury, to acquire a portion of the famed arsenal of Venice for Roman use. Using our nearly exhausted treasury on such a prize would drastically reduce our ability to purchase food and other supplies, but would give us a marked advantage in any battles to come. Alright, the final checklist. We've gone through all the plans and looked over every option available to us. Now is the time to finalize our decisions and choose how much of our limited space we should devote to the non-essentials. Also, just as a heads up, I forgot to mention, I'm using the submod for this called the Extra submod. It adds a lot more flavor to the game, so we'll be seeing some of that soon. Also, now that we're at this part of the game, do you guys want me to continue reading out all the events dialogues, or not? Because I can, it's up to you guys. I don't mind either way, since I know these events pretty well off the top of my head, so we're taking everything. Set sail! Rebels and exiles. An Ottoman prince born here in exile after his grandfather's defeat in a failed attempt for the Ottoman throne has heard of our plans to quit the city of the world's desire and sail to Vinland. The man, Orhan Celebi, was never returned to the Ottoman Empire on the implied threat of execution for his grandfather's crimes. Needless to say, he fears such punishment at the hands of his cousin, Mehmed, and has requested that a ship be allocated to him and his regiment of retainers. In return, he promises to train the Roman army, such as it is, in the advanced tactics of the feared Janissary Corps, and also offers his service as a general in our employ. In addition, a former Ottoman officer named Georgi Castrati, called Skanderberg, has rebelled from Turkish service and has traveled to the city in search of support. He has also learned of our impending flight and requests that some of his people be allowed to board. Unfortunately, there's only enough space left on our transport for one group. Either Skanderberg or Orhan Celebi must stay behind in the doomed city. Both men have promised not to share our plans to our enemies, come what may. We're going with Orhan because his features are a bit cooler, so. The last dawn of Constantinople. The day has come. Our fleet is ready. Half the city has been undone, turning every wooden plank into ships to carry our people. All the supplies, relics, and chosen secrets selected are on board, taking with us the very essence of our history, the dream of Rome. For one last time, the people of the city gathered around the ecumenical patriarch as he started a final liturgy in Justinian's great church, while songs and prayers permeate the walls of the Hagia Sophia. Small but no secretive group practice a private offering to the pagan god Poseidon, begging him to spare the Hellenes from the sea's wrath. "Is it done?" asked Dionys to Constantinus, looking back at the city from the Blanchard palace. What's up, some Mexican? Hey there, Eric. Not much, you? I'm currently a bit sick, so there's that, sadly. But otherwise, I'm doing fine. Aside from the fact that I'm very tired today. Oh no, I guess you could say I'm not doing too well. How are you doing today? Where was I? The Blanchard Palace. Yes, a brick of the walls, a tile of the old palace floor, but the icon. The Emperor turned towards his brother. The people, they want to carry it to the ship. Then they saw it. More people in the streets than they had seen in their lives. From churches, houses, and workshops. They came out and marched towards the docks. They carried in front of them, with reverent devotion, an icon of the Theotokos, the Virgin Mary. opening the way through the ruined streets of the city. For an instant, the capital recovered the life stolen from her more than 2 centuries ago. So many voices, faces, and colors. Under the morning sun, just like a busy day in the markets of the Queen of Cities, only an illusion, yet a hopeful one. Fitting that the last day of Constantine's city turned to be one of the brightest. Slowly, Constantinopolis untangled her thread of fate from that of the Romans, releasing them as Rome once did. Will it be worth it? Ionis asked Constantinos. And here's one of the extra events. The Nightly Pursuit. As we depart from the Aegean Sea, the sight of our motherland becomes more and more distant. After a stop in Mistras, to gather supplies and the last of Constantino's people left in the peninsula, Ionis put a bit of dirt in the bottle, swearing to carry a piece of our empire wherever our expedition ends. Constantinos, back in the Agia Theototike, was about to make a speech to his men the moment the shores of the Peloponnese disappeared under the horizon. Fate, however, had other plans. The infamous flag of the Hospitalier Order, the Knights of Rhodes, was spotted as 3 ships swiftly closed the distance between them and our slower fleet, knowing their reputation as pirates and how their pledge to protect Christians only applied to Catholics. Everyone prepared for battle, yet as their ships reached ours, their goals became clearer. Though not entirely informed of our intentions, they offered their service. In a sea full of Muslims, you might value both our escort and reputation, said the Hospitalier Captain Cedric Auvray. Some of our people are wary, thinking them to be pirates in knightly armor whose only objective is gold, but their history and prowess against the Muslims speaks for itself. We could hire them, bolstering our fleet, or notify their captain about our abandonment of Constantinopolis, so that they leave us alone, trying to pick whatever remains of our domain. We're bringing them along, Venetians and knights. Together, desperation make for strange bedfellows indeed. The next stop is Sicily. Our arrival at Palermo, our last stop in the Mediterranean, reminded us of what true prosperity looks like. Field crops and cattle populate the countryside, while ships came and go from their busy harbor. Unlike our former lands in Thrace and Morea, ravaged by war, plague, and betrayal, always kept the constant threat of pirates from the Barbary coast, the powerful Aragonese fleet kept them mostly out of their shores. A humbling reminder that power and prosperity usually go together, and we have lost both. Knowing that this could be our last chance to set foot on land, at least for a time, some of our nobles took an interest in exploring the city and seeing what it could provide us. Since there was no more room for supplies, every opportunity must be explored. During the day, while Theophilus dealt with merchants and various curious people, Constantinos wandered around the city and stumbled upon a mercenary from Valenicia called Sebastian Miquel, who offered his services as a commander of his 74 men. It may not be much, but our experience in Iberia and the Reconquista have made us experts on scouting and fighting in hostile lands, said the rough man. Interestingly, when the sun was about to set, Constantinos did not come back alone. A young woman accompanied him, fair and blonde of hair, with a determined look in her eyes. It was obvious she knew more than most, especially for a complete stranger. She is very persuasive, argued Constantinos to his surprised cousin, gazing upon her as she boarded the Agia Theototiki. Aurelia is her name, said with a smile. Hey, Duck. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? We're going with this. Brawl in the Barbary coast. Because of bad weather in the Aragonese water. Okay, one moment. Sorry about that. Alright. To explain, we are playing the third Odyssey mod for EU4. I'll give you a quick rundown of what it is. Basically, instead of staying in Constantinople, the Romans, the Byzantines, flee west across across the Atlantic into the New World. And right now we're currently going through the beginning events. So yeah. We're all in the Barbary coast. Because of bad weather in Aragonese waters, our expedition was forced to turn south. Captains and sailors alike warned Ionis, the Eighth, about the Barbary coast, especially when our vanguard is followed by dozens of unprotected, overcrowded civilian ships. And while the Basilius listened, there wasn't much to be done. West, not north, was the only direction the wind allowed. And so the inevitable came. The inevitable happened. A bit later than noon, under clouds covering the sun, flagless vessels came to our encounter. Pirates, coming directly from Tunisian ports, these Berber marauders were ready to plunder any vessel left behind, exposed by our overextended, retrofitted dromons. For the first time in our journey, there was no diplomatic option available. Constantinos reacted quickly, ordering the battle-ready ships to intercept the pirates, while letting the civilians escape further west. But he's not our emperor. Decisions must be taken soon, or we'll find pandemonium in the seas. A battle is coming, Basilius, and its consequences may be dire today. In the future, whatever allies and weapons are at our disposal must be used to ensure the security of our expedition and people. But none shall suffice alone. How should we proceed? Constantinos will try to hold the line. Holding the line, while many consider sacrificing one of our civilian supply ships, and with it risking the future of our people, Constantinos said no. Ionis never gave the order, but once his brother had taken the decision, there was little to be done. Even the most powerful emperor struggles trying to subjugate the will of a stubborn sibling. And so Constantinos selected 8 other vessels, the most expendable ones, to go and encounter the pirates, hoping to hold the line until the rest of the expedition was far from their range. They sailed, ready to sacrifice themselves and buy a future for the rest, blood as payment for life. The Agia Theototike remained in the freer, vigilant and watching from afar, its crew fearing the worst. After a day in suspense, however, some survived. 3 out of the 8 ships remained, badly damaged but still floating. Inside the vessels, things didn't look much better. So many wounded and even more dead. Ionas the Eighth looked for his brother until he found him, in the captain's bed. Constantinos was unconscious, though stable, and a physician rested on a chair after treating him. The man, seeing his lord there, made a signal and took him outside. "My Basilius," he said, taking his time to think the next words. "Your brother will survive, but the question is, how?" The physician's head turned back to the room and then returned to the confused Ionis. "How?" he asked. "He was awake when they brought him. He kept saying he could not feel his legs, my lord. I'm afraid he is paralyzed." Oh, how am I doing? I'm doing quite alright. Very tired, though. And still half sick. So, yeah. Hearing of the approach of our fleet, a large Grenadian force drew up near the gates of Heracles to force us to pay for safe passage. Enticed by the promise of loot, a contingent from Morocco also sailed in support of the Grenadian fleet. We could pay the toll, or we could force the strait with a sea battle. We might still take losses, but the Roman Navy is one of the best in the Mediterraneans. We're more than prepared for a sea battle. And now, the Portuguese wish to strike a deal. 2 Portuguese ships sailed from near our fleet today with an envoy. The leader states that one of the ships and accompanying supplies could be used by us on our travels if we agree to share our discoveries with them. They are under the impression that we are heading south to explore the coast of Africa. One of our advisors suggests that we use this as an opportunity to trick the nations of Europe, making them believe that we were caught up in a series of increasingly treacherous storms filled with sea monsters, and that our last act was to inform them. That way, it might take some generations before their curiosity returns. Alternatively, we could inform the Portuguese of our true intentions, providing us with a potential future ally in Europe. Send the fraudulent message. When will you do SL? Okay. So, I guess I should address the elephant in the room about the future of SL on this channel and as a whole. Honestly, SL isn't looking good. Because Curva, it turns out, I was speaking with one of the admins of Curva, and it turns out I had been misunderstanding something for quite some time about the whole situation with the player counts. It wasn't just due to Curva losing its official status of why the servers just suddenly died. Shortly around the same time of that first statement, that like the whole thing with Northwood blew up about that staff being a groomer. Around that time, all of SL just the player base just dropped, and so Curva was among them. However, since Curva lost its official status, that basically exacerbated the entire issue even further, making it much worse. So, I'm not sure if SL has much of a future from now on, considering its player counts. I was told that the player counts for like, was it the entire week or? No, I think it was at the. Yeah, I think it was at the end of the week, was like 2,000. No, it was for the at the end of the day. So the total player count spread out across all 24 hours of a single day, the total count was 2,000 people around roughly. So, and that was on SL as a whole. So, yeah. Hey there, Vert. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? So, I don't know if SL has... I don't think it has much future, I'm gonna be honest. Like, the state it's in is not good. It pretty much is dying. It's been slowly dying, I find, before this whole thing happened. Because Northwood wasn't making proper updates, like they would include stuff. They would make new things not included in the base game. Like, it just, they kept making things that weren't just going to be in normal gameplay loop. One moment. Alright, what we're currently talking about is the current state of SL. To give you the short of it, Bert, basically, what's going on with Curva right now, with it dying, is not 100% related to it losing official status. All of SL is dying. And it started happening after one of the staff was revealed to be grooming. That whole statement that happened like about a month ago? And yeah. So basically, SL is pretty much fucked. So yeah. Also, just a moment. The worst part about this whole thing is that my lips and the area just around the nose is so chapped, so dry and broken. The skin is so dry and broken. And just how many times I've been blowing my nose. It is not a fun time. The schism reopens. It was a controversial thing in the Basilia Romaean, which, for those who don't know what that means, is basically the title of Empire of the Romans. I should probably put this further away so I don't drink the rest of it in like 10 minutes. It's a controversial thing in the Empire that the Latin-sponsored Council of Florence had succeeded and convinced the Basilius to accept the primacy of the Pope in Rome. Not all, or most, or even many were accepting of the logic of bowing to the Latins to avoid destruction by the Turks. It was not accepted in Russia, or by the general populace, and was only very reluctantly accepted by the Romans themselves. As Lucas Notaras, commander of the fleet, said, better the Turkish turban than the Latin mitra. However, there is no cause for pretense, as the Romans have passed beyond the power of those in the east and the west. Basilius Ionas VIII the minute the Portuguese coastline was out of sight, publicly repudiated the Council of Florence. Good riddance to bad rubbish. The Order's outrage. Scandal has broken out while we were exchanging supplies and crew between vessels. Captain Cedric Auvray of the Hospitaliers managed to slip away and reach Constantinos. Confronting him in the front of everyone, sailors and civilians alike, enraged by the repudiation of the Council of Florence, the guard was about to intervene, but Constantinos stopped him, letting the knight speak. A fraud! It's all been a fraud since the beginning! He exclaimed. Lies! From Florence to the Adriatic, from Sicily to the Azores, you knelt before the Pope, lied to your people and what remained of Greece, to us about this expedition, and now, he took some breath and closed his eyes for a second. Now you sent that message back. Everyone will think we are dead. For a moment, Constantinos remembered every step that brought him. Where was I? I lost my spot. He took a breath and closed his eyes for a moment. Now you sent that message back. Everyone will think we are dead. For a moment, Constantinos remembered every step that brought him here, harsh decisions everywhere, and he already regretted many. The knight's captain, leaving his initial outrage behind, recalled the place he was in. No longer the Mediterranean, no longer Europe. We followed you, first because of gold, then to fight the Saracen, later due to curiosity, but now we are stranded with you, in the middle of this endless sea, with nowhere to go. Some hints of fear could be seen on his eyes, but a knight would never recognize such things. Look, we know our position, and it's too late to go back. We just ask one thing, let us be. Constantino's left eyebrow rose. We follow Rome, and you, Constantinople, even in this godless sea. We'll let them keep their customs. A storm approaches. For several weeks, we've had calm seas and good sailing. Sadly, all good things must end. We've encountered a large storm that has swamped our fleet. Our only refuge was a relatively calm section in the eye of the storm, and we were able to use what little time we had available to us to regroup our fleet and prepare to brave the rest of the storm. Thanks to the masterful seamanship of our captain, we were able to safely escape the rest of the storm. Taking stock of the situation afterwards, we discovered that in addition to the Emperor falling ill, several ships and their captains could not be accounted for. Notably, Admiral Lucas Notares is missing alongside the ship he was aboard. What's worse about that is that when the storm hit, the Admiral was on the royal ship or a large supply ship. We already have, like, no supply, so... Or we could do this and lose Georgios Shifrantes. I can't remember. I think he just gives extra stability. Decrease the cost of increasing stability, and at a very cheap price. I think tier 2. So he might be a good option. Supply ship. A great catastrophe has occurred. After surviving the Great Storm, a number of crew throughout the fleet became stricken with severe tuberculosis. Despite the best efforts of our greatest physicians, Emperor Ionis VIII also fell victim to the disease. While some say that it is just an unfortunate tragedy, others say that this is divine punishment for fleeing Constantinople in its darkest hour. Regardless, Ionis VIII's brother, Konstantinos, has been crowned emperor and will finish what his brother started. Just a moment. Sorry about that. Hope on the horizon. Because that's the whole point of this mod. Instead of staying in the doomed city of Constantinople, you flee west into the New World and reestablish Rome there. This mod is genuinely it's probably, in my opinion, it is the best mod for EU4. Oh, don't worry, we don't need to go to Canada. You'll see why in a bit. Nor Mexico. We're going straight for the East Coast. Oh. Sorry about that. Speedrun invade everything. Oh, don't worry. We'll be quickly subjugating the Native Americans. Alright. As another day dawned, instead of waking up to the huge sailors' resigned yawns, through the Agia Theototki, heard the unthinkable land in sight. Theophilus quickly moved to confirm such information, and a couple minutes after, he heard the excitement across dozens of ships, there next to the horizon, and increasing by the minute. Land and a small line of trees, yet something else managed to catch Theophilus' eyes. Konstantinos the 9th? No, that's 11th, isn't it? Hold up. Roman numerals... Yeah, it's 11th. Waited in calm silence, looking at such wondrous sight from his personal movable chair. We did it. There was land after all, said Theophilus, taking a breath next to Konstantinos. The Basilius nodded quietly. We left thousands behind, and Ionis, Theophilus continued. Ionis deserved to see this. Again, Konstantinos nodded, reflecting on all of the decisions and sacrifices made, especially the one that bounded him to his chair. We are here in their name, Theophilus, and for them, it has to be worth it. Then an Italian sailor interrupted, asking the maestros, or masters, a nickname that is quickly spreading throughout the fleet after Sicily, for approval to send a vanguard of explorers looking for a decent site to land. After nodding, the Emperor said, You will have to be strong, Theophilus. I trust you. Theophilus gave him a smile, suspecting that there was more to understand in those few words, but for now, they could think about the future instead of fighting for one. We'll need a name for this new land, cousin, the Emperor commented, enjoying the wind on his face. Any ideas? An old world word comes to mind as old as the Empire itself. A sort of heaven for the blessed, we could call it Elysium. And the journey's end. Despite everything, the toil, the hardship, the storms, the battles with the Moors, the desperate flight from the city, we have done it. We have ventured beyond the pillars of Heracles, and lived to tell the tale. Western strands of our ancient Varangian bodyguards are verdant and green, and so we have given this land the name Elysium, after the ancient paradise afterlife. But heavy lies the head that wears the crown. Every piece of technology, every spear, sword, and shield, every cuirass, helm, and hauberk, every bow and arquebus, every cannon, every book, scroll, and treatise, every roll of silk or linen, every flag that flies proudly and proclaims to the world that the Empire of Romans is not yet dead. It is one less man or woman, or bushel of wheat, or barrel of supplies. It is one less life saved from the Turkish dominion. Even now, the last defenders of the Empire must be making some doomed last stand at the Hagia Sophia, swords flashing in fearless defiance of their fate for an hour longer until they are overcome. Men must be smiling as he gives the order to loot the Queen of Cities and sell those men and women left behind to a life of slavery. Such strange barbarian men on the beach have fled at our approach, but we have bigger concerns than finding a few men who evidently have no plans to attack us. We must acquire good fields to set up farms and iron mines to forge weapons from, quarries to mine stone from, and land to expand our dominion over. We must build here in Elysium something greater than we could have built in prostration to the Sultan. Holy hell, one moment. I do terribly apologize for this. I can't help it. First contact. The scouts have returned to a fortified landing camp with a barbarian. The foreigner bore a barbarian Dane axe and was dressed in a long coat of mail. Were it not for his dark eyes and ruddy skin, one would almost believe him a Varangian. His tongue was utterly incomprehensible and matched no language spoken in Europe, but he switched to something almost familiar. A trader who spoke Danish swept along into the fleet by chance after he returned home from the cold north. Was brought in to translate, and a dialogue was established after several false starts. He claimed that many tribes competed for resources, for land, for wealth, and honor in this land, and that he stood as the hearthguard for his own chieftain. He claimed that the largest of these tribes bore a carrion bird on their banner, and were fierce warriors. What is your tribe called? He finally asked. We are the Empire of the Romans. Overburdened administration, our neighbors. The Barbaroi watch us build our new cities and hamlets, amused as would-be proud parents. Yet the wiser of the barber became wary, as if their children's imaginarium were being manifest by some dark, foreboding magic. Stygian scratches upon barks and hides and parchment scraps have become flesh in the hands of our brilliant engineers and builders. Day by day, bright amusement degrades ever more into suspicion behind their dark eyes. As they share their food and knowledge of land, so we share our skills of technique and artifice. For a time, this shall keep the peace, but for how long? Temperate Roman minds see the Barbaroi as a counterweight to our boundless ambitions. Without their presence, we shall overreach, and our settlements become hollow. We need more than they need us. Therefore, an accord must be struck with their councils. Warlike minds wish to do away with their neighbors, break them and send them limping into the forest with the bones of their ancestors. Without their local knowledge, trade, and labor contribution to our efforts, the establishments of our colonia will be hampered, but our social cohesion will be higher. Lest there sparks a conflagration like in the old days, in the days of the Komnoi emperors. Now, we're gonna go native repression. We can finally get started on our nation building. Only 45 minutes into the stream. The third Rome, our new home. In a matter of days, our first wall was completed. Scouts roamed the surroundings, exploring our new domain, and reporting barbarians still reticent to make contact. Our city may be nothing but an encampment, but pride and hard work can be seen in every angle. From our improvised harbor to our makeshift church, while the center is where our weapons and armor resides, quickly available in case of an attack. Slowly under the weight of a harsher cold than expected, we build a brick, a tile, and an icon. Those are 3 small but symbolic pieces, brought from our homeland, serving as the cornerstone of everything we create here. Hope, a word that for many years had lost any meaning, is now seen in the face of the people. Yet we cannot forget what brought us here. We fled not only from a terrible enemy, but a hostile world, and as such we must prepare. Here where we build our third Rome, it's time to say enough. We are the empire that civilized Europe. We are the heirs of the old Hellenes of legend. And make no mistake, we, and only we, are the last light of the Roman civilization. And we shall push back the night that threatens to engulf us all. Be it the Turk, crusades, hunger, or plagues, we must prevail. No more grief. No more retreating. In Nea Constantinopolis, Lysiana will defy destiny itself. Ho 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 ho. Salvaging the fleet, thanks to the skill of Venetian captains and shipwrights, we have emerged from the storm mostly unscathed. Only a couple of transport ships were too badly damaged to be repaired, so they were ordered to be broken up. The only question remaining is what the wood from the ships will be used for. We could use the materials to construct basic infrastructure or housing, and we could use the materials to or we could use it to construct a wooden keep and a basic palisade around our landing site. Our development is quite... I'm gonna go for this because I like the extra pop. The population for the colony, so... Let's see, I want to do Colonial Office because I want that global settler chance. Next. Let's not set any rivals, since there are a few events. Alright, now we can get some... We want Gorgios Chifantes. We want Delfino Delphin. And Johannes Grant. Level 2 all the way around. I think it might be worth it to up this. Even though it's more expensive. There's a lot of neat mechanics in this mod. So we'll be seeing a lot of it. This is one of them. I don't actually know how it works, so but we can't seem to do it yet. We'll rival Lenape, but no one else. Oh yeah, I need to increase the army right away. And let us send that there and that there. We'll send the next colonist to here. New lands, old habits. It started during the night, using their prominent positions? What the hell is that word? Wait, echelons? Okay, I'm pretty sure that's just a misspelling. Positions in the improvised walls garrisons. More than half of Captain Audrey's men sneaked outside, taking with them weapons and, most important of all, some of our horses. As soon as this was known, everyone was in high alert. Was this an attempt to coup the throne? Had they left the settlement to start their own? No matter how much the remaining knights were questioned, none gave the simplest of explanations. And then, 6 days later, they came back. To the surprise of all, they did not do it alone. Behind them, tied on a long rope, were dozens of natives forced to walk after their captives. A couple of carts, carried by the stolen horses, brought a great amount of pelts, handicrafts, and rough weapons, such as lances, bows, and bows of various qualities. Seeing how overloaded the carts were, it was sure that if they could, they would have brought more. Explanations were quickly demanded by Constantinos the 11th, and his council. Unimpressed, and with several bloodstains over his armor, Captain Ovre spoke. My men were getting restless, stuck as we are now. The Basilius raised an eyebrow. Now, my liege, this is a gift to our city. Your city. And we both know it needs some extra hands. He finished calmly. Discussions broke out immediately. Bruh, imagine getting flagged by Automod. But the knight decided to ignore it all and just resumed their post in the wall. The sins of the old world had followed us to the new. What is done is done. Well, there goes any chance at... we might still... But just in case, we'll send a spy network there. New lands, old faith, the priests and deacons who came with us on our journey across the sea are using their positions in the community to help our people united in the face of great hardship, holding sermons and offering aid to those who need it, even if it means relinquishing some of our authority. We must admit that we need their help. We'll do everything but the stuff that loses us crown land. Which isn't much, to be honest. It's not much. And the reason for this is there's going to be an event that happens later on that allows us to choose the route our religion will take, and it resets the group. But the crown land will remain. So if we assign any crown land, it'll just be lost crown land. A winter marsh. We have landed in this new world of Elysium, only to find out that it's perhaps Tartarus instead. We landed in a fertile green plant field that bordered on a marsh, but come winter, our lack of supplies and preparations has weakened us to the point that diseases are drifting in from the bog. If we had brought more food and supplies, we could have easily weathered this or even prevented it entirely. As it stands, however, a lack of food is causing starvation and marsh-borne diseases are weakening us further, turning an already grim situation into an epidemic. Some of our people have deserted us to live with the natives, even our emperor is not immune, having come down with dysentery himself. It is unknown whether he will die. And now we have Theophilus, who is an absolute Giga Chad. An imperial wedding. It's a public ceremony, maybe the greatest event since our landing in Elysium. Everyone, regardless of their status, needs, or occupations, talk about the next to be husband and wife. The news has reached some of our Barbaroi neighbors, who sent gifts and delegations in the name of the tribes. A joyous occasion, to be sure, and definitely needed by the Empire's morale. Theophilus and Ida stand together in front of the Patriarch, who still looks way younger than the old priests of forgotten Greece and Anatolia. Time passes, and it would seem that the whole world looks towards them, no one daring to say a word out of place. The couple's mind, there's no more world but them. For a moment, distracted from the liturgy, their eyes find each other's. A single smile says everything, from warm Sicily to endless seas, from cruel battles to untamed wilderness. They held hands in the middle of the night while Theophilus worked on the schematics and plans. One hydrate coming up. There you go. Where was I? In the middle of the night, while Theophilus worked on the schematics and plans, she stood by his side under the candle's light, even challenging some of the scholar's own ideas and perspectives. And now, as Theophilus rose to emperorship, it was obvious she would follow next. It only took the Patriarch's last words for them to kiss. Breaking all protocol, some looked stunned, and many cheered. Bells ring, marking this occasion in the Empire's history. Though right now, feeling each other's warmth, Ida and Theophilus don't really care. Together they could shape the new world, but today, together is enough. A 653. What is this song? Pax from Mana. One moment. Oh, I forgot to mute. Sorry about that. We could start doing Empower Estates. Yeah, let's do that. Famine's Respite. In the depths of the harsh, diseased winter, the natives came, bearing enough food to tide us over, and armed with knowledge of fishing techniques and herbal folklore unknown to us. Their generosity has enabled our survival through the harsh winter. Our translator managed to communicate them, asking why they gave us so much for the sake of foreign strangers, and their reply was depressingly European. We couldn't just let you starve to death. We're not the Powhatan. We are jubilant for our survival, but some among us grumble that we're just right back where we started, dependent on foreign gifts just to survive. Regardless of motive, we have vowed to remain at their side in friendship, come what may, and that we, the Romans, would remember the Piscataway, rendered us aid in our darkest hour. Winter woes, almost a year has passed, and winter finds us once again in this land, definitely proof of our determination. But these are not the temperate coast of the Mediterranean. We were so accustomed. Snow and cold winds have forced us to wear animal pelts over our more traditional clothing, even covering our faces as the Varangians of old. And while this land is bountiful and full of promise, our enemies have returned in the form of illness. Ptosis, or tuberculosis, has made an appearance in Elysia. Unprepared and small lodgings in our crowded capital may be one of the causes of this sudden outbreak. A Powhatan barbarian named Katato, who talks a rough Greek and claims to be a healer, has been helping the last couple weeks through the outbreak. Thanks to him and our own physicians, we are enduring. Theophilus, though... I'll take the admin power. National unrest? No, I think the legitimacy might be better. I don't want to spend admin yet. Breakdown of society. Plus 50. But that won't... Let's just do this so we stop losing legitimacy. Main goal is to just stockpile our power for now. To start with, we have 0 trade goods, so we'll go for base tax. Oh yeah, here's the mission tree, by the way. It's a massive one, and probably the most unique I've ever seen in EU4. Because there are 3 routes that we can go. And if you clear an entire route, you can start another one. The green route, which makes us focus entirely on North America. Well... yeah, it's North America. The blue route, a colonial empire, a world empire. We go around Africa to India. We go to China and whatnot. And the red route, return to Rome, return to Europe, and reconquer the empire. If you finish one route, you can do the next, and then the next. Any order you want. But you cannot do 2 at the same time. I'm gonna go for the green route first. And I think I'll go for the blue route after. Militia matters. The aristocracy that ventured west with us has grown increasingly concerned about small-scale raids by the redskin barbarians native to this land. To that end, they have begun recruiting small bands of their kith and kin to defend the Roman holdings and conduct counter-raids by appointing a general unconnected with the aristocracy. These small-scale militias can easily be turned into a unified force, with the only question that remains is where best to deploy them. We're going for tax. Also, I need to use the bathroom right now, so I will be back in a minute. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, this is just a base EU4 event. We're going with the mercantilism. Man, you really don't know just how nice it is to breathe through your nose until you can no longer do it. The Guild of the Venetians. The Venetian captains have made the journey with us and have tied their fate to ours, since we're more focused on bringing soldiers and their families than establishing anything more than the rudimentary economics. The Venetians, headed by the captain Delfino Delphin, have organized their high proportion of merchants and traders into the guild, the Arte de Delfini. That has quickly taken over the bulk of the Roman economy. Such as it is, even this will only serve as stopgap until we establish ourselves more fully, but everything helps. I get French ads like every other week for it, since French Canadian is a thing. Since Quebecois are a thing in Canada. Even though I can't even speak French, so... Oh, we definitely need that. That... I want... this. 53%. Does this have any option? Oh, this grants administrative burden. Let's get that. It's a bit of a loss on our crown land permanently, but it's worth it. The main goal, we need to get our administrative burden down as much as possible. A new champion of the joust. This is a vanilla event, but it's amazing that we got him. Oh my! Oh my god! 4 pips in all. Mind you, these types of generals you only usually get either through extreme RNG. Well, the amount of pips, 16 pips, usually only get these like late game when you've gone down a lot of the military ideas. Okay, basically, to put it simply, Vert, strong general. He is basically a mastermind tactician. This is siege, maneuver, so traveling speed. Shock, so just how much infantry deal and cavalry. And fire, how much firearms do. So, and cannons. He is basically a fucking god of warfare for the early game. Any native tribes that we attack will fall victim to him. Modest church, local religious leaders are saying that it's time for us to build a church dedicated to God. As we are currently limited in resources, we can only build a basic church using wood and stone. The Emperor's advisors will remind him that if he paid for it out of his own treasury, the church would likely consider themselves in debt. Bit of loyalty loss, but we get a church. You're joking. My guy died that quickly. Also, I just want to check. Where are my autosaves? Autosaves. Let me just bump this up to... No, not 5 years. Half year. Aw, man. Of course he had to fucking die, like, 2 years after getting him. Ah, so unfortunate. We need as much power as possible. Well, we have, everyone helps modifier, which lasts for another 3 years. Alright, let's bump up the speed a bit. Let's ally the Piscataway tribe. Nice, more money for me. I can declare war now, right? Yes. No. We're not getting rid of another dude. Visitors from the north. Now, to the one who said, go to Canada, to Duck, if you're still here, this is why we don't go to Canada. We have received a delegation from a previously unknown group of people to the north. They seem to be the remnants of the Varangian colonies that were thought abandoned centuries ago. According to historical documents, the Varangians of old made fearsome raiders, and eventually became distinguished traders in their own rights. But only because raiding became impossible to accomplish with the advancement of fortifications in Europe. As our coast still lay mostly unprotected, we saw it fit to send a delegation to our own to the north, to talk with the leaders of these Varangians. And this is why the Varangian colonies, Vinland. Our diplomats had finally arrived at the northern Varangian colonies and were quite surprised. They were expecting barbaric dwellings filled with horned-paled men, but instead they found quite the large wooden city that housed a mix of both pale and native men. And while one could say that the city was undeveloped by our standards, their apparent success in such terrible isolation was a marvelous sight to behold. When our diplomats were finally received by their leaders, they were given two trade propositions. One with the most northern of the colonies, called Helluland, promising a stable source of naval materials from their ongoing naval operations, and the other from the southern Markland, that proposed a clear, wide array of exotic ivory, furs, and oils. The northern colonies made it clear that this was a diplomatic play, and that accepting one offer would exclude the other. Now. Markland or Helluland. Both. Oh, one moment. God. Now, from a logical standpoint, the naval supplies is the logical choice. However, eventually the two colonies will unite, and we'll get both benefits at that time. And the reason for the naval goods is better is because ship cost is always good. However, we don't have an economy, meaning we can't build ships. We need this. Because prestige is good. It's always good. Helping get our prestige back up is always nice. Our new home. This is just a generic event from the mod. Every time when one of the main colonies here gets founded, I'll read it out only once, but no other time. Now that we have founded our new capital, it is time to expand our influence to the lands that surround it. And as this would provide a buffer zone that any enemies must first pass through. We also hope to one day benefit from what may become the cultural and economic center of our empire. Hey there, Labulistan. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Grant autonomy to frontier towns? Obviously. That'll give me a lot less... That'll drop administrative burden. Now, the apostate. Bro, did bro just colonize New Jersey? As far as I know, this isn't New Jersey. This would be, Washington, D.C. I don't know what's here. I don't know if this is a part of the Washington... No, Washington State is out to the west. I don't know what the state is called here. New York is up here. So, Massachusetts. I'm searching up the map of the states. God, why is it always so confusing? Why is American states very confusing? Okay, New Jersey. Ah, I see. New Jersey is here. It includes these two states. Maryland. Yeah, this is Maryland. This is a part of Washington, D.C. Yeah, Washington, D.C. is an actual state. I never knew that. I thought Washington, D.C. was just a capital area around Washington. So, Virginia is down here. You were close. Very close. Which is pretty good considering that you did it with a very rough estimate of what the map actually is. Nice. Okay, the apostate, Gorgios Gemistos Plethon, was a brilliant mind held in high esteem by the Basilius, as well as his brother and father. He circulated Plato's teachings to the barbarous West, and gave the Latins some small measure of enlightenment. For this, as well as his friendship with the Basilius and his advanced age, he was born in 1355. Dude's pretty much 90 now. He was brought along with the fleet of exiles. Now, however, we have seen his true colors. He is worse than a heretic or a heathen. He is an apostate, one who has turned his back on God. He sings hymns to Zeus and other pagan deities. He teaches the mysticism of Zoroaster, and his intelligence and charisma is such that even a cardinal, Bessarion, who also made his way onto the fleet, has fallen under his sway. With such an influential and high-ranking backer, Plethon's ideas have begun infecting the lower classes, and even some of the rural farmers and woodsmen who ranged inland when the fleet landed. But perhaps his worst crime, however, is that he repudiates the Romanness of our people, declaring them solely to be pagan Hellenes instead of righteous Romans. This apostate, Neoplatonus, is popular enough, and held in high enough imperial esteem to where arresting him would be unwise. In addition, he's sure to die anyway within a few years of natural causes and his extreme age, but he is still dangerous and should be watched. Now, no. You see, we are going Hellenic. This is the great Elysian religious war. Well, not really religious wars, religious conflicts. Elysian religious war. This allows us to either go Eastern Orthodox and eventually establish Elysian Orthodox, or go Hellenic. We're going Hellenic this run. The Powhatan. We have fought several skirmishes with the local native populace, but we have now the opportunity to conduct diplomacy with them. One of the tribes named Powhatan has expressed a lust for our silver and our spears. We also have a need to expand our territory beyond our little harbor. Perhaps we could come to an accord with them in the future, where they migrate south in exchange for some of our wealth and weapons of war. It would be an effective way to conserve our critically low manpower. Peace in our times. Well, this ain't gonna be happening at all, because we require a lot of money and opinion. We need money and opinion. And oh wait, actually we could do this. So, we need 2 cities, or 4 cities, and it will half the cost. I think? Saint Ionis, Saint of the Odyssey. Years ago, a man with vision knew that our time in Europe was about to end. He gazed beyond the walls of Theodosius, seeing nothing but a sea of infidels, betrayers, and death. How could he allow this? How could his father and his father's father permit all this to happen? He recalled his brothers, to Constantinopolis. If there was an opportunity somewhere, they had to look harder. People like to speculate what happened back then, reflecting and debating the series of events that brought us here. Many discuss and try to find answers to the many questions left behind by the flight. Was it sheer luck, the fact that Ionis found Alexios Komnenos' old documents? Was it all fiction made by the old emperor using Alexios' name to add some sort of legitimacy to his claims? Or, one priest said, was divine intervention acting through Ionis, delivering us, God's chosen empire, out of oblivion's way? Recently, the latter has gained traction in our young clergy. In contrast to what Plathon's entourage think, how could a man, without God's help, envision the land of Elysium out of some shady, centuries-old reports? And just like Moses, he died before reaching the Romans' promised land. Such parallelism sparks some sense of competition. The Plathonists, or whatever they want to call themselves, responded that Ionis's history, and by extension ours, matched more with the Hellenic heroes of antiquity. They even compared our late emperor to Odysseus, and the like, claiming that his life was more similar to an old dramatic tragedy than a common man's. In a bold move, the Patriarch of New Constantinopolis made his first major decision, as head of the church, to declare Ionis VIII, the first saint of the New World, master of the Odyssey, and the Empire's holy shield against the tides of destiny. Soon after, a new icon was commissioned, under the image of the Virgin Mary Theotokos, a relic brought from our distant homeland. Now rests Saint Ionis of the Odyssey, protector to us all. Also, just a little fun fact for you guys. Plathon, Georgius Plathon, who's starting this whole religious wars, he was actually known to have been was suspected to be an apostate in real life. So, yeah, there is some grounded reason behind that. No, him as well. Oh no. Let's go with him. Man, why are all of our leaders dying? All of our court leaders. Shit. Now, one of the main features behind this is you can go through 3 routes with the religious wars. Eastern Orthodox or Hellenic, or you can go by which one and keep a moderate route so that both religions basically exist. We're gonna go for the moderates route. So basically, we cannot anger. You see here where it says current Orthodox Christian attitude and current Platonist attitude, cordial, for both. We basically gotta keep them cordial. We're probably gonna drop down soon, so, drop down to this guy since he's much cheaper, and actually we'll probably just fire everyone sooner or later. I think this buff, weakens on the 5th of April, 1450, so... Do we spend... I need my ducats for the future. Fuck it. The deal with the Powdhan, I'll just, take a few loans out to do that. If I do end up doing that, 100 gold, or I can wait till that. We'll wait until we have 4 cities, which we can probably get if we just end up, conquering them. So, let's go to war. Summon the militia. This allows me to accomplish this mission. Now. Now, I saw there was an event that if... I guess there's no event, not with this leader. Okay. The frontier skirmishes. I'd rather get this, to be honest, because 75% cheaper is very nice. And we gain 2 Janissary regiments. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I just realized something. We didn't even need to raise up the militia, so I'm actually gonna load back to undo that. Because the reason I usually raise up the militia is to get the 10 regiments needed for a mission, but I forgot that this actually gives you 2 regiments. Meaning, that's 7. We get enough. We have enough manpower to actually just do it outright. Or do I? I actually don't need to do this, I'm gonna be honest. Let's save our money. We don't need to accomplish this right away. We can do this later. Since the buffs aren't too amazing. We'll wait for Orhan to fire. That event to fire again. Or does the event only fire when we start a conflict with someone is the question. I do not know. Here we go. We won't disband any units because that's permanently lost manpower. Are we Oh yeah, that's just to replenish our troops. Okay. Oh. Read this event first. Beyond the walls of our past, 5 years have passed. 5 years of discovery, work, hardships, and challenges. We Romans, accustomed to live in the ruins of our forefathers' wonders, felt immediately out of place after the landing. Where were the old concrete roads, the ruined aqueduct, the dilapidated temples, walls and columns of those who came before us? In front of us, only beach and fields awaited us. No secrets to be found under the ground, no 1,000-year-old landmarks that dotted the horizon. Yes, there were tribes, barbaroid people who knew and understood the boons of Elysium, but nothing similar to what we knew of. From nothing we built, though no one would admit it. Even our expert masons were more used to restoring rather than constructing. The first houses were small and weak, but we learned. Suddenly, we got used to seeing the land change around us as new buildings, churches, and docks appeared, slowly forgetting those lives in the middle of our crumbling palaces and monuments. We learned the joy of creating rather than repairing. See our imagination set the limits of what we could shape. A new wave of creativity sparked in our small city. Even if most art was displayed as wooden figurines and clay pots. And yet we longed for more, since we had more land than ever to expand, and with it, build cabins and ranches, and that was cheap. But that was cheap, fragile, and temporary. We looked back, far beyond the bay, to our forgotten home, Constantinopolis, made to awe, to cover, to venerate, to last. We, the Queen of Cities, prodigals, children, bloody hell, I can't speak. Remembered our origins with Theophilus Paleologos designs. Our young capital can finally take form. A delicate, well thought layout has been proposed, guaranteeing a house for every Roman in Elysium. Stone will eventually replace wood, and concrete shall follow our steps wherever we go. But most importantly, we will build a wall. A shield to protect us, just as Theodosius' wall did. Only thanks to it, we survived long enough to discover Elysium, and thanks to ours, future generations will be given a chance to not only live among our works, but to create our own. A blank canvas from nothing, everything. Since we landed in the Elysian fields, we now call home. We have faced many hardships, leading us to desperately survey every piece of knowledge brought with us in search of solutions. This tendency has only increased with the rise of Gemistos Platon, who worked tirelessly to promote the works of Platon, Plotinus, Proclus, and other Neoplatonist writers. This all together sparked a feverish revival, a renaissance throughout the land. The teachings of ancient Latin and Greek philosophers and scholars are being restored, inspiring new philosophers among the populace. New ideals for rulers, as well as those who are ruled, are quickly spreading throughout the land. This new Roman humanism focuses on one's transcendence to the afterlife with a perfect mind and body, which can only be attained with a rigorous education and physical training. One must thus transform himself into a so-called universal man, combining a great intellect, physical excellence, and the ability to function honorably in virtually any situation. A true Renaissance humanist is an expert on everything from policies and philosophy to art, textual analysis, music, and architecture. The Renaissance is now ready to reshape this new world to better fit classical ideals. The Renaissance. This is a base event, so council. The barber... 5 years have passed since our landing, and things have advanced quickly. Gone are the days of tents. Now is the time of wooden houses and palisades. While we still lack our formal economies, the advisors to the throne have come to expect more from it. Now that survival is not pressing, still the council, as commoners refer to the impromptu court, is responsible for food supplies, local disputes, and effective rule. Now our advisors actually cost a pretty penny. A decent penny. But I'll still keep them. The economy right now doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how... Ooh, pardon me. How many loans we take out. Now, I don't know if I can actually beat them with, like, 6k troops. Since I do have Breakdown of Society, which gives morale of armies minus 30%. So I might actually just hold off on conflicts for a long while. Prince Orhan's proposal, which gives us the Janissaries, so... Orhan Celebi, the Turkish prince, has, regardless of his origin, made quite a name for himself since we landed in this brave new world. Daring skirmishes on the frontier by him and his Janissaries have earned him the respect, if not admiration, of most of the Emperor's court. Now he appears before Theophilus II, once again with a proposal. He seeks to establish a new Janissary regiment, perhaps several by recruiting from the young Barbaroi, perhaps those who have been orphaned in the previous conflicts. These recruits would be educated in the Greek language, instilled with the true faith, and subjected to rigorous discipline akin to the Janissaries who were once deployed against us. While the proposal is in itself pragmatic, many are worried that this would alienate the local populace from us, without whom we cannot hope to thrive while stranded here. Others pointed out the expense, which would be better used on spending our existing militia. However, the prevailing sentiment seems to stem from a simple and singular aversion rooted in the past experiences at the hands of such troops. We're doing this because it's a cool feature. Oh, this is new. Okay. Now, nobility, loyalty, okay. We're gonna see a lot of loans by the time we actually get an economy rolling. Our new home. We've already seen that event, so I won't go through it again. Taming the land. We established a Dynatoy. Crap, we have no crown land. Frontier Perona, several Dynatoy have repeatedly petitioned to Basilius, anxious about their position throughout these last few years. They have been relegated to mere bureaucrats and foremen. Re-establishing our institutions and guiding the expansion efforts, they fear the eventual decline of rights and are urgently seeking ways to entrench their position in the resurgent nation. Conversely, the Basilius has been growing increasingly worried about the lack of resources to fund state projects. We may be able to kill two birds with one stone here, as the Dynatoy have been on the receiving end of many resources in exchange for their services and continued loyalty. We can offer them first pick of land throughout the new settlements in exchange for immediate payment. Being nobility, they will be offered this land alongside the privilege of pronoia, which confers temporary tax-exempt status. This would give them a head start as landowners compared to the commoners, having both the best lands and decades of tax-exempt profits. I feel like I'm about to sneeze. Oh, it's so... Fuck! I hate that! I hate when I'm about to sneeze and it just snatches it away! Alright, we need this. That. I'm gonna blow my nose. Oops. Professional streamer right here, boys. Forgets to unmute the mic. Alright, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, Theophilus II, sat idly as the local nobles continued to bicker them amongst themselves. Did these families lack any sense of common decency? It was just past the break of dawn and 3 chickens had already gone missing. Sighing, the Basilius silently wished for something, anything to happen. The garrison must have heard his silent plea as a soldier burst into the chamber, followed by a stumbling cherub of a man. The room fell silent as the Basilius shifted in his throne. He smiled. Finally! Something to break the monotony of the day. My Basilius! My Basilius! The soldier shouted as the red-faced cherub behind him stuttered to a stop. This merchant brings interesting news from the frontier. Theophilus addressed the merchant with an inquisitive look on his face. Is this true, my merchant? Yes, my lord. Barbary traders from the north speak of a man who has managed to unite the Haudenosaunee tribes. The Basilius hummed in thought. Most interestingly indeed, a unified Barbary nation could prove to be a most valuable ally. Surely a swift response would prove our intentions pure. However, a strong local power could become a thorn in the foot of our people. A pain felt with every step taken. How should we deal with these people? Alright, our Janissaries are ready to fight, so we'll go to war with Lenape. Oh, come on. I'll do that, because I'm almost at max admin power. I'm also thinking of bumping up stability soon. Now, the great peacemaker's offer. The sound of drums drift from the foothills. Louder every day, closer. Drums of death or drums of peace. Death demands war, yet war demands peace. Barbary dance through the hills and march solemn in the streets. Whispers among the traders that the Haudenosaunee hordes have made common cause, and there is but one leader for the 5 nations, a first among kings, an emperor among the trees. The Haudenosaunee king declares himself humbly the great peacemaker. The great peacemaker's ambassador presents himself before the Roman court. He is a chimera of customs, wearing a Norseman beard, Roman silks. A curved oriental scabbard hangs empty at his waist. His face is painted for war, some whispers declare. That he comes to pronounce the supremacy of his woodland rulers. Others whisper that his face is painted for peace, and he searches for a way of reconciliation with the Roman crown. But he comes bearing neither war nor peace, but a chicken. From a velvet bag, the ambassador presents the court with a noble chicken of black and white molted feathers. Is this a chicken of peace or a chicken of war? Now, that 50 ducats would be pretty nice. I mean, no matter what, I'm gonna be conquering them. Yep, let's do this. Alright, we're gonna invade them here. Just gonna save in case they actually beat my army. You never know. They actually came close. If their army was at full morale, we probably would have lost. Alright, priest murdered by crowd. Clergyman was found to be murdered on the edges of our territory. While the locals were quick to deflect the blame to the natives, the patriarch suggested otherwise. Instead, he has accused the locals themselves of conspiring against the devout, and having murdered the priests themselves, using the natives as a scapegoat for their actions. We can do one action that'll not... We'll go for this. Let's just boost stability. Silk production resumed. It has taken some years since we arrived in this new land, but we've managed to breed sufficient moths to produce what we called Scoros silk, an ancient production method that was superseded by the most modern techniques. The silk produced is of visible lower quality than what we brought with us, but the lack of rival product easily makes up for this. Scoros silk. That was a very quick siege. Now we need, 50 gold. We'll do this once. Deal with the Powhatan. Now that'll send them south, I mean. Deal accepted. The Powhatan has accepted our deal. Their village, now equipped with crossbows and light iron armor, are packing up and marching south as we speak, while our settlers move in to take their place. One moment. Thank you, Vert. Thank you. Alright, from the beginning, we have been a growing power in these lands for some time now, and it is no surprise to us that the barbaroi of this land has been hesitant to deal with us. The culture shock of... The culture shock of a civilization to a barbarian is a mighty thing, but now at last we have managed to come down from... They have managed to come down from their awe. Our expansion has overrun several native tribe lands, placing them within our borders and therefore our subjects by technicality. Several chiefs, warriors, and other officials from these subsumed natives have formed their own small councils, and now seek audience with us as both a subject and an independent group. The way these barbaroi describe themselves, they accept our rule and our laws, but demand the right to govern themselves in turn. They shall listen and obey, and assist us in dealing with others of their kind, and in return we shall respect their right to their lands. We shall allow them to live as autonomous communes within our empire. Their greatest demand is that we agree to leave their ancestral lands untouched, left to them and their people, and not set foot upon them without permission. In some cases, these lands are easily given, but in others, some of the lands with the most potential benefit to us in the long term, and just ignoring them would be a waste of resources for the sake of sparing the feelings of a few barbaroi. We can easily accept everything else, even in this unorthodox relationship. It is not pleasing to us, but on the subject of these ancestral lands, there is much to be debated, and our answer must be firm. These secret lands shall be theirs in perpetuity. Reform the military. Ever since we landed in the New World, we mostly relied on ad hoc militias and remnants of the old military command in order to defend our borders. Furthermore, we are struggling both with the lack of manpower and shortage of funds. Our situation is dire, and if we don't do something soon, we might find ourselves without control of the lands beyond the walls of Constantinopolis. Institute. Embrace Prince Orhan's reforms. Pythagora. Now we can do expand our lands, which required us to take this tile, either through war or diplomacy. Expires in the 21st, 1456, 4 years. Diplomacy is almost full, so I'm probably gonna promote mercantilism. This is at 0.54. Oh, okay. Come on, golden diamonds! Golden diamonds! Yes! Ha ha ha! That was just a base game event, so... 12 loans. We can't spend our development until we embrace Renaissance. Greek fire reserves running low. Our decision to bring the documents required to recreate our legendary Greek fire with us during our flight has proven a fruitful one. Though it has seen little use in naval combat so far, may aid us in fighting of future Viking raids, not rage, on our coast. It has also proven useful in warding off native attacks on our cities and forts, though more as a terror weapon than inflicting any significant casualties. Taking note of the rather primitive fortifications among locals, some have experimented with loading in large fire throwers onto wagons and unleashing the devastation onto enemy strongholds. Kato has arrived. Cat. Alright, Jizz. Up you go, boy. Of course, he wants in as well. When it rains, it pours. Come on, Winston. If you don't be a good boy and not run around and be wild, you can stay in. Where was I? It is all, native, unleashing the devastations onto enemy strongholds, a move that is bound to end sieges quickly. Indeed, our alchemists and engineers have plans to improve the range and reliability of both ship-mounted and handheld variants using more modern techniques and materials. However, they regretfully inform us that our supply is naphtha, a viscous black liquid vital to the production of Greek fires, running low, forcing us to ration our supply to one project over the other. Let me pet you. We'll do this. I mean, we're not gonna craft any because, like, it's expensive. The Amazons, this is base EU4 event. We'll go with admin power. Max stability. With our supply of Greek fire decreasing by the day, we are under pressure from high-ranking military officials to locate a reliable, easily accessible source of naphtha. And soon. However, in addition to its military applications, naphtha has been known amongst alchemical circles for its uses in medicines, waterproofing, and as fuel for lighting since ancient times. The natives speak of great pits of black liquid rising from cracks in the ground to the northeast of Constantinopolis, near the Borelian lakes. Others tell tales of a small island far to the south where entire lakes of naphtha flow, though this is dismissed as pure fantasy. Oh, fuck. I can't breathe through my nose and I hate it. Ah! Now, military power is full. So we'll hire a general, just convert it into army professionalism. I think we're just gonna have to suck it up and lose a bit of military power once it's maxed out. Oh wait, we can just increase legitimacy. Duh. There we go. The death of Georgios Gymnostos Plethon. Jazz, you know how much I hate when you go under the chair. No, I'm not dealing with both of you. Wisdom wants to leave. And I'm not dealing with Jazz's antics. Come on, Wisdom. Up you go. Come on. Oh, no, you don't want to go out now? No? Come on. Winston, lay down. Come on. Come on. Lay down. Lay down. Lay. Like a good boy. What a handsome devil he is. Oh. No. Come on, lay down, Winston. Georgios Gymnostos Plethon has been many things. A philosopher, a clergyman, a mathematician, a navigator, an apostate. But through it all, he has always been fiercely loyal to the Roman family and throne. His passing sent shockwaves throughout Romania and caught many of us off guard. Regardless of our own feelings towards the man, we are conscious of the tremendous loss. Nonetheless, we are confronted yet again by a difficult choice. In light of the circumstances, a state funeral, which should have been the obvious choice, would be controversial, but would let us shape the narrative and hopefully begin to heal the divisions that threaten to tear the empire apart. On the other hand, there is an increasing pressure from the clergy to condemn the man and urge the followers of Christ to steel their faith against the teachings of the apostate. Alternatively, we could lend our ear to the smaller delegation of self-proclaimed Plethonists who wish to perform their own burial ceremony, honoring the man as a distinguished thinker and a statesman. What, Winston? What? Winston. You see, this is why he's a very spoiled boy. Because of this. I spoil him so much. He just expects these things now. Good boy, Winston. Let us organize this. Let us organize a state funeral. Winston, leave that trash can alone. You are not chewing on that plastic. Bacilla of the people. Yep, I like that unrest. Hey, leave that alone. What did I just tell you? Leave it alone. Sometimes you gotta be firm with them. No. Go lay down. Go lay down. If I leave him alone, he will pull the garbage out of my trash can and start chewing on the plastic. He has such a weird obsession with chewing on plastic. Oh boy, I gotta keep this in mind. Oh my god. Well, a good chunk of it will drop once Empower the Estates is done. No, don't do that. We have too much influence right now. They have... Oh... How are things going? 31%, 29. Okay. Let's not do that because that's a ducat. 1.34 ducats. Varangian warriors, a band of seasoned, if impulsive, Norse warriors have offered their services as mercenaries to the Emperor. Inspired by tales of their Varangian forefathers, they once again seek to bind their fortune to ours. Their knowledge of the local geography and tactics of the various Barbaroid tribes hold great promise, and with some disciplining, they stand poised to evolve into a formidable vanguard within the Imperial ranks. Those who excel could even earn the privilege of joining the Emperor's elite guard, elevating their status to that of the fabled Varangians of yore. We'll make no promises, because right now it's going to cost us a lot. And the benefits are not ideal. I'm going to go for it for the flavor, but, like, the benefits are just, you just get a mercenary company, and I never use mercenary companies, because, like, why would I? Noble Boar. This is base game event. Get that army professionalism. Improve the capital. Base event. Manpower or base tax. Let's get a base tax, since that improves our economy just a little bit further. Uh-oh, the council expired, which means everyone costs full price. So, let's wait for the next loan and then get him. Plathonis sleeve, religious violence. Owing to a combination of inaction on our part, church persecution, and rising public violence, some members of the Plathonis community have decided to flee. Once settlers in the fringes of our realm, they have declared their intention to abandon the safety of Romania for the untamed wilderness lands that which surround us. While we should rejoice that these wretched heathens have taken upon themselves to purge our country of their presence, we should also be careful as to not depopulate our colonies and thus reverse our hard-earned progress. How should we approach this matter, and how should the crown conduct itself? let them go. Alright. Why are you at the door again? Do you want to leave? Go on. Go on, Winston. Oh. Oh, why does that do? Is they even chewing at this plant? Oh, I wish I didn't have this plant in my room. For what I'm... Just so you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that plant. One of the other cats like to chew on it, eat it away. You can actually see the damage on some of it. And so they put it in this room to keep the cat away. But yeah. Compromise, noble privileges. Manpower, tax. Forts, stability cost. We're gonna go with this, but eventually we'll switch over to this. Because right now I just need any bits of money. We'll start going for the tech. Just tier 4 tech and all. Once we get breakdown of society reduced to lack of supplies, which can be done through this mission, which requires us to just colonize here and here to finish off the Elysia region. Uh-oh. Huh. That seems to be a bit of an issue. One of the provinces is hidden. It should be fine once we switch religions, which means we won't have this metropolitan possibility, so... Seize land. Oh, done.
These nuts.
Memes us with a raid. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. How is everyone doing? What were you playing, Meme Sus? Let us do this. Oh, why did that loyalty just drop by a bunch? Agenda. Convert Pythagora. I'll go with this because I like that colonial enthusiasm. Which sadly is only after. But we need to colonize here. So, just as a heads up to everyone, I'm currently a bit sick. You can probably hear it in my voice. So, please do keep that in mind. Also, just a moment. Sorry about that. Or build alliances. Let's go with this. Now, loyalty. Let's do this since no one will rise up, or they will rise up. Man, we need a lot of crown power back. I did that on instinct. I wanted to wait until this, but I guess I'm not. Oopsies. Let's hold the... but we have nothing else to invest power into, so I'm just gonna have to. Even though I don't want to. 46, 44... Let's take a look at how many loans we have. 25! Oh no! That's a lot! We're gonna be basically bankrupting our nation at this point. But the economy will recover, guys. Hey there, Zarin. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Who even needs ducats? Certainly not us! Following a heated exchange between a Platonist preacher and a priest, a mob of fanatical faithful has been roused by members of our clergy. The mob descended on the homes of accused heretics. Some have already been killed, but many are still awaiting trial as they are detained by the zealots. This puts us in a precarious position, as intervening in any way may signal that we have taken a side. Even intervening just for the sake of sparing those who may be innocent may be seen as an attempt to protect heretics from God's rightful justice. I kind of forgot that it's the American Mother's Day. Is it also Mother's Day in Canada? Yes, it is. We'll do that. Platonist established public assemblies. We'll do that. But yeah, welcome to some third Odyssey, Zarin. Have you ever played this mod? Or seen it? Tuscora has rivaled us. Alright. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and then I'm gonna go give you a quick little gist of what this mod is about. So I will be back in a minute. I was like, new meta? Ah, yes. The meta is completely abandoned Constantinople, flee to the New World, and destroy your economy in the process. Alright, to explain the mod Third Odyssey. Basically, at the start of the game, you abandon Constantinople. You can decide to take along certain things with you. Which can affect how you begin the game. There's a lot of different options you can choose, which have lots of different branches. And once you arrive in the new world, you get to establish yourselves again, rebuilding your nation. You get unique estates. The Barroy Council is a new inclusion. We've got lots of new mechanics, and just as a heads up, for those who don't have DLC, you can still access some of these features. I don't have the DLC that adds in the Janissaries, but I can still get them. One of the decisions is to bring along a Turkish prince who was exiled in history, who was exiled to Constantinople. So you can bring him along and get Janissaries. So Greek Janissaries. Let's fucking go. But like, it's a really cool mod and I love it. Doesn't change the fact that I'm actually a part of the dev team for Third Odyssey. I'm not like a coder or anything. I'm just one of the writers. Well, like localization and whatnot. But my main project that I'm working on with Third Odyssey is actually turning it into a book. So, yeah. I already have like 6 chapters done for it. None of the chapters have yet reached a point where the actual Odyssey begins, the flight from Constantinople, but yeah. The Appalachian Pats, I forgot to read that event, by the way, so I'm actually gonna wait for it to play on the YouTube stream and then read it. Alright. Now that we have established ourselves in the local area, our thoughts must extend to our future expansion efforts. Our explorers have suggested that we look into carving pathways through the Appalachian Mountains. It will be hard work, and we may need the natives to provide the majority of the manpower. But the hope is that the movement of our armies and merchants through the mountains would be greatly increased. Well, like, one of the cooler parts about this mod is the fact that there's actually other exiles here. You got Vinlandic people. So, Norse settlers still worship Odin and all them. Oh, Pathonis demand representation. Offer concessions on both sides. And I think in 1470-ish, I think, an event will fire of an expedition going south, letting another exile nation form. But yeah, overall, I highly recommend giving this mod a try if you own EU4. Oh, why did my monitor just just vanish. Okay. Well then. Oh my god, 29 loans. And it's gonna get worse. Because even once we stabilize this, we still got something big that'll be happening in this province. Which actually reminds me, we're gonna need to abandon this alliance and conquer them, sadly. There's no other way around that. Aw, man. Like, Plathonis expand autonomous settlements, building on the previous charter granted by the Basilius. Small group of Plathonis settlers and farmers have established a new community, arguing that since we showed lenience in the past, they request that we expand those special rights to the new settlement. While it would obviously displease the church, it would bring its fair amount of new settlers to a new part of Romania. Placate the clergy. It's a real shame that we had to abandon this alliance. I need to colonize this province for a special event chain. And it's gonna eventually bankrupt us because we gotta build by 1500s, we gotta build a tier 3 monument for some very good effects, so. Grant autonomy. Aid the natives. God, our economy. Oh my god. We can... Oh, we haven't been sending our ships out to protect trade. Oops. No, I'm sorry, I cannot. Uh-oh. Methanite. I either lose prestige and loyalty, or I put them down. Also, here's one of the new mechanics that they add into the game. That the devs of Third Odyssey add. It's called tribal integration. So this allows the development to be integrated. I'm not sure exactly how this works. Tribal development. There's a total of 4 tribal development in the province. Tribal development represents a portion of the province's total development that consists of native population. If the locals emigrate or are displaced, the owner gains 10 gold for each point of development lost. I think if you piss off the Barbaroi councils, that development will then flee. The people will then flee from provinces at random that have tribal development. But if you integrate them through this, I don't think it allows them to flee, thus becoming bait core development. Orthodox faithful, angered by inaction, the presence and seeming toleration of heathens within our country, has caused various clergy members, as well as devout courtiers, to express their frustration, going as far as to demand that the crown make a public statement on the matter, catching our Basilius off guard during a meeting with our advisors. How should we react? Vague statements of support. Alright. Deny petition. Oh! Yikes. Oh my god, 31 loans.
It really doesn't help that we have no crown lands. And it's mostly because of Frontier Perona, which basically means any new lands that get colonized, a lot of that goes straight to the nobility as crown lands, as their lands. So, yeah. Plus the Barbaroi, who also has something similar. Ooh, I gained another pip for him. The Merchant class. Which means... Alright, the Varangian warriors... We've already read through this again. This is them coming back for the second time. Accept them only because I can establish a little mini vassal in the future. They don't take up that much money, actually. Source discovered in Nafita Creek. With the help of native pathfinders, our explorers have discovered a series of naturally occurring Nafita wells in Teotike. Situated along the banks of a local creek, it seems that the local Barbaroi have been using the substance to waterproof their canoes as well as for medicinal purposes for centuries, and as such, while there is more than enough to suit our needs, it may be prudent to locate another source if we are to safeguard future production. One moment. Sorry about that. Oh, I know if I fired my advisors, I could easily get my economy back, but right now, once we get the Renaissance, we are going to dev the hell out of the capital. Like, full on, all of it is going straight towards it. This is basically Vent. I'll take that prestige. Aw, he died. Fuck. And the worst part is, we lost the, Orhan. He actually fucking died on us. Which is very disappointing, to say the least. This will get rid of it soon. As we push further outwards into this new land we have come to call home, our people have begun to settle the wild edges of our nascent empire. While this is seen as an opportunity for many, it is also, for some, a way to live in peace. Our country is experiencing rapidly increasing tensions between members of our clergy and other devout, Orthodox people on one side and Platonist disciples on the other. Among the latter, some are taken to the colonies as a means of worshipping in peace. This has stirred fears of heathen enclaves being established in the countryside, an area of lawlessness among our port. People have begun contemplating outright expelling these heathens, even if that would be at the dire expense of slowing our expansion down. Oh, no, we have to go with this, sadly. It's 50 population, which is still nice. Alright, I think... let's go with the national unrest. Fuck. I want to do this, but it would piss off the Christians. So, I'll go with this instead, I think. No. It's just another loan. Who cares? Who cares about another loan when you have 36 loans? Silk trade, silk quarter, those silk production has been active for some time now. It is only recently with the establishment of a dedicated merchant class that we can fully take advantage of this fact. Once Skoro's silk was reserved exclusively for the notables in and around our capital, and now our merchants carry it far and wide as part of their regular wares. Already native trading partners have begun to take notice, and a demand is forming among them and their kin. Given our monopoly on the production, there will be no doubt be a boon for our growing economy. Yes! Oh, perfect. I was hoping for this event. Jesus Christ. Okay, we need to do this. Hey, look, guys, our economy is currently... that. Oh, we're finally in the green, guys. We're finally in the green. Oh, now we're in the yellow. Now we're in the green. Oh my god. Secure the bay. We need to colonize here next. The Vast and Endless Sea, that's base game event. Now we actually have an economy going. And the Renaissance has appeared. We'll seek to embrace it as fast as possible. And then from there, we're just gonna stockpile money. And power. Well, power will go... Our admin, diplo, and military power will go directly into developing the land. Because we need it desperately. Very, very desperately. Oh, an inch to the left. We have to do this. We have to lose the stability here. The dagger cut into the Basilius's cloak, but it was thick enough to soften the blow. The Basilius himself avoided actual injury. The would-be assassin was pushed away by the guards, drew their sword and unbuckled their shields, and advanced on the lone knife wielder. The man, desperate to accomplish his task, hurled a knife at the Basilius, but a quick-witted Latin knight thrust out his shield, and the knife bounced off the edge of the rim. If the man's aim had been an inch to the left, the knife would have buried itself in the Basilius' throat. But his execution, the torturer extracted that the assailant was... Damn! He's a crazed half-wit acting on his own. Alright, we now have a claim on them. We'll begin an invasion soon. Because the next colony is going to be here. And then we're going to be going along this coast here. Because I need to reach this province. They have no morale, so let's attack now. Wonderful. Wunderbar! Das ist gut, ja! Now let's keep an eye on this in case the... Oh, they're getting it. They got attacked by some natives. We could raise an emergency tax. We might have to do that eventually. $66 gold. Let us debase the currency once. Embrace. Now. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be amazing. And we're prosperous as well. So the cost is 36 power. Look at our economy now. Nice. And that's not it. We bussin'. Oh my. A gift! Ooh! Orthodox farmers angered by Platonist community. Farming communities bordering a Platonist community have petitioned the Basilius, requesting their assistance in mediating dispute between themselves and the heathens. They accuse some members of the Platonist community of land theft. Members of the Platonist community, on the other hand, have deflected the blame onto Barbaroi incursions. Obviously, this affair would normally be below the attention of the crown, but given the current delicate situation, the Basilius cannot avoid passing judgment on the matter. Money and admin power, or I blame the Barbaroi. We're blaming the Barbaroi. Now, lack of supplies is gonna... We're not gonna add, we're not gonna develop tech... We're gonna go for admin tech next, because I want this idea group. I really need it, to be honest. I need to get down through development as fast as possible, because some of these... This is very, very good. Every colony starts with 200 settlers. That is amazing. We need it. Some of our citizens, in particular farmers, have been courted by heathens. As such, they have come to believe that, being an unrepresented minority within our country, they are not beholden to paying their taxes, unlike our more faithful subjects. The church has made it clear that this is an outrage, and if we do not act now, it will only embolden the Platonist riffraff. Some have gone as far as to suggest that we should put this down by the sword if need be. Others, in particular voices within our own courts, have suggested that we should exercise caution and favor a more pragmatic solution entirely. No, we are not killing them, because we are going the neutral route during all this and then switching to Hellenic. So, this. Are you guys gonna rise up or what? Oh shit. I just realized. We've currently lost the effects of no longer getting native uprisings in our land, in our colonies, so we're gonna have to be careful about that. Also, just a moment. Sorry about that. Our admin burden is very close to being gone, which is very nice. Although we're gonna bolster the colonial office, of course, so that'll boost it by a lot. That extra stability is nice, but having just that automatic artist, like level 2... Oh wait, it's not at a reduced cost? Never mind. I thought it would be at 50% cost, but no. Screw that. Alright, let's see some more land. Oh, sorry about that. I had the mic there. Ooh, wee! Oh, we're hiring him. Even though it's gonna cause our economy to tank again. Also, sweet Jesus. Maybe it's best if we didn't do that. I actually think it might be better if we start trying to get our economy under control. Even if it's just minor. So next colony is going to be here. Or actually, do we even need to colonize it, or do we get events to colonize it? I can't remember. Aha! I knew it was a good idea stationing my army there. Orthodox zealots take to the street following a heated exchange between a Platonist preacher and a priest mob of... Oh wait, this has already been played out once, so... This is soon gonna end in a year, so... We have paid off 2 loans now. Crisis averted. I follow the gods, of course. Everyone in the Roman Empire was absolutely certain that the moment sparked by Gemistos Plethon would erupt into strife and ruin and civil war. A generation has passed now, and those fears have diminished to nothing. Whichever path the Basilius has taken, he has done it in strict moderation, without infuriating either faction into violence. Nevertheless, one day a passing Varangian has asked the Basilius, "So what religion are you? Be you the follower of the many gods, or man of the white Christ?" He seems to expect an answer. The gods. We're going with this because I want that global settler. Now this gets reset. So that High priesthood. Although our pantheon of gods hold great appeal for people from all walks of life, it is quite evident that some individuals remain easily distracted or indifferent towards matters of faith. While the worship of Christ is tolerated, many among the Haryatia fear another civil war, should they become too influential. To address this lack of religious unity, the Haryata has proposed to appoint high priests for each major god, with the emperor assuming the role of Pontifex Basilius, the supreme religious leader. This arrangement should ensure the representation of piety and proper religious rites, alleviating some of the aforementioned challenges and fostering a stronger spiritual bond within our society. Now, this mechanic allows us to send, once we establish it, we can dispatch heralds, which allows us to convert natives. The only reason I'm starting to deal with all of these, loans now is because I'm actually scared of this inflation. One moment. Because inflation is making it harder for me to colonize, so... One, two, three. Oh god, that inflation. Oh. Oh boy. Oh my, Powhatan is conquering quite a lot of lands down there. That'll be nice because then we can easily just eliminate them once we get down there. Another? This is the second time we got that event. That is so unfair. Oh, don't worry. We don't need to worry about Spain for a long while. There's specific events in place to make sure that they don't arrive here too early. Same with Portugal and England. This is so expensive. Oh my god. We're down to 34 loans. Have you do cores? Colonies? No. You don't need to do cores on colonies, but if I conquer native lands, I do have to do cores. Why don't you upgrade taxes? Because I need to get this idea group as soon as possible. That's why I'm not boosting taxes. Tax development. I'm assuming you mean that. Tax development. Can you quick at city? Why don't you upgrade taxes? Because I want to save my admin power for tech. That is why. We can't go for higher developed colonies because, yeah. So we'll go for that instead. But, like, at military power, we'll invest into, stuff. Because we don't need to be up to date on that. We just need to, and same with Diplo power. Admin power is the most important. Like, boom. Fair bit more money going my way. What I might end up doing is selling crown lands. I'm not sure. Money for base tax or military power. Oh, it gives me both base tax and then military power easily. Alright, yep, seize land. Summon diet. Odessos. Ah, fine. That's a base tax, so. Mercenaries? None, because why the fuck would I use mercenaries? They're expensive. Plus, the only one we have available is the Varangian Guards. Here it is. A cold night's embers. A dark, quiet night had fallen over Neo Constantinopolis. The palace one could only hear the crisping embers. Still alight on well-distributed braziers. While many considered poor taste to have such things inside any buildings, this week had been particularly cold. The Archon Basilius woke up, startled by what he believed were voices. But after a quick look around and a glass of water, the only thing of returning to the only thing he could listen to was the brazier's embers. and the wind hitting a wooden shutter. Incapable of returning to Morpheus's dream realm, he wandered through the palace, only accompanied by the shadows on the walls. Where were the guards? Had they neglected their duties now that everyone else was sleeping? Suddenly, darkness. Nothing could be seen, not even the ember's dim light, and then steps. A vague sound of someone moving around him. Just as the heart started racing, a flame erupted on one of the braziers, revealing a woman of native skin, yet Roman features. As the fire's light fickled between them, she moved the right hand towards her face while raising the index finger, asking for silence. Theophilus II, instead of calling the absent guards, waited, startled once more. The stranger smiled, nodding and opening her arms across towards the fire. Look into the flames, she then tossed something. Sand? Seeds? Into it, causing a faint smoke to emerge. The Archon Basilius, buying some time for the guard to appear, did as she asked. There was nothing to see. Wait, what was that? A hill? No, a mountain! Shapes and colors started to form in the flames. A road was recognized, and then newly founded town. But some small shadows that seemed to travel. People didn't stop there. They kept walking up, and then the sun shined over them all, enlightening both in warm and true. They kneeled, and a temple rose from the very earth. Theophilus II, enthralled by the visions, lost balance and fell to the floor. The stranger kneeled and whispered to her to the ear, I've been sent to deliver this message, mighty ruler. The gods demand a home in this new land, lest you might lose yours. The man is promptly fired. Lose 1 manpower. Mount Athalia, truth at the top. After days of expedition west, the Archon Basilius was the only one next to the bonfires of an improvised camp as night fell. The rest of the guard was either sleeping or taking care of the camp's perimeters. Alone, he locked his eyes into the fire, hoping for a vision. None came. Only the wind made itself present. The guard's shift changed, and Theophilus II insisted in looking for something else inside the flame, to no avail. Frustrated, he got up and began wandering around. The guard struggled for a couple of seconds, deciding at the moment who should go after the ruler's steps. They didn't take long to reach him. As the guards positioned themselves at the sides of the Archon Basilius, they quickly drew their weapons. An unknown woman stood in front of Theophilus, coming out of nowhere. Follow me, she said. The guards looked at each other, but followed soon after the other two started walking again. Oh my god, my throat. One moment. I have done so much talking. Holy Jesus. You see, mighty ruler, it is not easy to talk with the gods. Fecal beings they are, only willing to communicate when they decide to do so. She kept walking, stopping at top of a hill, from where the valley could be seen, her eyes observing it all, and yet the Empire's decision to return to them has empowered the Olympians. In return, they wish to support the heirs of old Greece and Rome. Her arms opened, and from Theophilus II's perspective, it seemed to hold the entirety of the valley, Mount Athalia included, far from the forgotten Hellas. Their prophecies and revelation need somewhere to be made manifest. She then turned towards the Archon Basilius and bodyguards. Her head looked up, and her mouth muttered mute words before the voice returned. I have seen the temple that shall arise and dominate this valley, and those that will make it their home. But that's not enough. Her focus returned to Theophilus II, walking a step forward to him. No, they need more. A bond with this land, with your people, with you. The moon's light got reflected on her pupils, dilated at its maximum. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the first Oracle of Ithea, and I hear the prophecies of our forefathers' gods. The gods have returned to us. We need to do this stuff by 1520. We need to colonize province and then build a great site and get it up to tier 3 by 1520, which is insane. But we're gonna do it. Because we actually have an economy. But man. Hey, to be fair, Imperator Rome's a good game. It has a great base game, but the devs fucked it up in the beginning, so it died. The best benefit of Imperator Rome is the fact that there's not there's not like 20 DLCs for the game that split up features. So, let us begin the construction of the Appalachian Paths. We have quite a fair bit of military power, so we'll start investing here. Which sadly won't do too much for us economy-wise, but manpower-wise it will. Grant autonomy. We'll probably have to raise up emergency taxes to get this done. Oh, 866. So next we'll skip this tile, go for here, and then continue this way. $27 loans. That number is gonna increase greatly in a short time. So, oh boy, I can't wait. War in the north. No, we lost General Demetrios. Oh no. Can we get an F in chat for the Giga Chad that he was? Alright, Mount Iathea. We have reached a site revealed by the visions, and it is certainly promising. While not as high as Mount Olympus, it surely has its own perks. Abundant water and wood will help us in the early stages of the project, but everything else must be imported from the other side of the Appalachians, starting with people. The first generation of Roman engineers born in Elysium are put to the task, and they require a permanent settlement with skilled workers to start any serious endeavors. They ask for the Archon Basilius' help. We can invest part of our treasury to incentivize people to move there independently or take a more direct approach. We're of course going to do that. It's free development after all. Mount Iathea, an augury to consider. As construction continued, the self-proclaimed Oracle of Iathea had already settled nearby, her tent installed in a neighboring hill overlooked both town and mountain. No matter the hour, smoke always escaped through the highest part of the tent, through a well-designed gap at the top. Though most didn't believe in her connections to the Hellenic gods, Imperial protection did wonders. Through the throne's sponsorship, many were tasked to bring her the right kind of herbs and components in a very precise amount, and every time she walked through the town, a sort of distant, strange yet powerful aura kept people away from her, making the Oracle seem as untouchable and venerable as an icon of the old church. Not too long before people got accustomed to her presence, the Archon Basilius marched into the town for the first time. Invoked by the Oracle to deliver its first prophecy, Theophilus II had traveled as fast as possible here. As his guards stayed behind, waiting outside, he entered the tent. A thick smoke and smell of cooked herbs and unknown concoctions hit him in the face as if the air itself had thrown a punch. But there in the middle of it all, a silhouette waited next to the fire pit. The gap in the tent's top was almost closed. She said nothing. Theophilus II waited. Slowly his eyes started to close. A voice then talked from the shadows directly into his ear. The gods recognize your presence, Theophilus II of Rome, a last light of a dead civilization, and yet you resist. Against time, against sword, against tide, the Archon Basilius felt the weight of the Empire's history on his shoulders. Impressive, but there's a new trial waiting for you and your people. Her voice stopped, only to appear on the other ear. You may have survived in this land, but can you make it yours? Apollo himself has imposed on you a new test. This land must be tamed, so your people may recover the spirit that was once theirs. A brief pause was enough to see her return to her seat and pull a thread that opened the gap at the top. Cold air replaced the smoke. You have some years before the fury of the gods fall upon you, Theophilus II of Rome. Do not let it happen. One moment. Sorry about that. Now, we need to reach tier 3 before 1500. But if we don't finish it by 1520, we may face severe consequences. Okay. There it is. We're gonna be taking out a lot of loans to finish this. That is stage 1. Oh, yep. This is going on. So, yeah. $450. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Goodbye to our economy, guys. Oh, Jesus. 39 loans again. Oh, God. Oh, more ducats. Vinland formed. And now we get both benefits. It seems that the Northerners have pressed their so-called ancient rights to call their nation Vinland, their name for the continent. And are now claiming the land surrounding them as their own. Continue the existing deal. We can do a sale of titles, which is going to be good. I might do that now, so that I can fire this again in due time, when it's needed. We're doing everything we can to get this done. We can also get this, which we'll probably do next. Mount Iathea. Aw, I probably should have waited for this to fire before spending that 400 gold, I think it was. Then that would have saved me a full 100, but oh well. Now that the roads connecting Mount Iathea and the capital are finished, we have observed how goods, materials, and workers seem to arrive way earlier than expected. Even transportation costs have lowered. The engineers are already using this to the project's advantage, while the merchants are bickering because of the drastic fall of prices. It'll help us in later on, so. Let's go to war. They're not gonna beat me, right? Oh. Ah. That was unexpected. Good thing that I should have brought these two regiments down. I didn't bring them initially because I wanted to deal with any rebels up north. Any, native revolts or whatever they're called, I can't remember. Oh. And that is why. That is exactly why. 1478. Soon. Ah, the expedition of Belisarius Paleologos. Belisarius Paleologos is a young noble of the imperial house and has been known in the palace being a masterful fencer and an avid student of ancient Hellas. He has gained some influence in court recently, most notably in the selective recruitment from the army to create a rather large personal retinue. Although ordinarily this may have been a threat, his relatively minor status in court has kept the retinue from growing too large. Now, however, Belisarius has made his intentions clear. He has come to the council of Theophilus II for support in an expedition to the lands beyond the Cyclades. He has apparently heard rumors of the Barboys that far to the south lie cities made from gold, ruled by vengeful gods. Although it is never directly said, it is clear that his intentions to leave, whether or not he is supported. We can assist, which will deplete our manpower for a while. And gain some decent buffs. Or we can just not. We can just bless him. So, and he goes. But for now, we're gonna just have him wait for a few years. For a year. I'm gonna go use the bathroom as well, so I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I'm back. Yes, I've been drinking a fair bit of water. Like, I've gone through pretty much an entire liter of water, and 2 of these today. And you're also a reason of why. You know, I just realized something that I should have done when I began building this. Is I should have done everything but taking out these loans first, because loans eat away at my natural economy. For Europe? No. Listen, there is scripted coding that prevents Spain from basically going to the north. And Portugal, depending on some of your actions, you can actually get an alliance with them. And they won't even colonize North America. We didn't do that. However, because of that, that further extends the grace period that the Europeans can't discover the New World for by like 1520-ish, I think, maybe like 1540. They won't discover it by then, until then. So we are fine. Oh no! We didn't get that event! Okay, there was an event that we didn't get because he died early, so I'm actually gonna load back. I want that event. I want that fucking event. There's an event for ruling a fair while with this, with Theophilus and Ida Orsini. Also, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna disinherit this guy and hope we get a decent person. I don't know when the event fires. That's a problem. It's mostly just a bit of flavor events plus like a provincial buff. I think it might actually require me doing this. I'm not sure. So I'm actually gonna do this. Plus the buffs is pretty nice. And the colonial boon. What is this? One moment while I check this ping. Alright, I can ignore it then. Oh yeah, I forgot about raising emergency taxes. Okay. Oh. Oh, yes. We can't send out another colonist until Trials of Elijah is done. Alicia, which is where this one. So the modifier will be removed once we finish building 7 colonies. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's beautiful. Wait for it for this to tick some more. Just once should be enough. Yep. Perfect. This is almost done. 2 more years. Ah, the Atlantic Island. With our new policies to encourage exploration of the New World, some of our explorers reported spotting a small island in the Atlantic in their seemingly futile quest eastward. This has certainly encouraged our explorers to continue exploring even further east to no avail at this time, so they suggest investigating the possibility of a forward outpost there to increase the range of our vessels. Seems like a lonely place. Coda. The shipwrecked survivors. One of our ship captains came into contact with familiar-looking people on an island in the Atlantic. From the stories he gathered from these people, it would seem that they used to be part of a great expedition and were stranded after a strong storm. Needless to say, everyone in Romania knows the stories of our past, and news spread quickly that the lost were found. A glorious day for our people. So, as we were coming along, we got hit by a storm, and a portion of our fleet was lost. They ended up here. The people of Coda. When the lead ship made dock, the residents gathered around, extending a warm and enthusiastic welcome to the sailors. The island, bearing the name Coda, paying homage to the island where St. Paul had sought refuge during a tumultuous storm, with the town itself being named Elpida Hope. Is no great bounty, and most of the people seemed worryingly thin. However, none were in too bad of a shape. Against all odds, they managed to create a modest, sustainable economy centered around fishing and goat herding. Initially, they were led by none other than Locas Notaras, Admiral of the Fleet and last Megastus of the Old Empire, a figure previously believed to have been lost to the Great Storm. Astonishingly, he not only survived but endured the survival and relative prosperity for the rest of the exiles in his band. Notaras has sadly passed on, leaving the administration of the island to Anna the First, who nevertheless managed to keep the populace afloat. During the humble feast that ensues, it becomes apparent to the locals that some of our people no longer adhered to the worship of Christ, sparking a ripple of unease among the residents. This leads the Megali Duchessa to decline allegiance to the imperial throne, as the office had been bestowed upon him under the symbol of the cross, and he would not serve a heathen ruler. The envoys, however, had anticipated such a situation and brought with them a charismatic Orthodox priest bearing the imperial declaration, allowing free worship of Christ for every citizen of Rome. After a lengthy conversation with the priest, Anna the First declares that she would offer fealty under the condition that she be allowed to see the situation near Constantinople for herself and present her case directly to the imperial throne. We can either abandon them, or let them become our vassal. Welcome to the cause. The cause of the Romans. No one wants to work. Expedition of Belisarius Paleologos. Exact same event. I need to check the effects of what happens when it's minus 5,000 manpower increase. Does that mean I no longer get any manpower per month, or does that mean my maximum manpower is decreased by 5,000? I need to check that. Currently gain 5. Assisting. Okay. New Sparta. Your kinsman Belisarius has arrived with his army in what he calls Laconia. He has already shown himself a capable commander, seizing the coast and establishing New Sparta after the ancient city of legend. Having renamed himself Leonidas, he seeks to mimic that hero to conquer the barbaroi there against all odds. Sides has finished. Perfect. Wait for the borders to open up. Come on, game. There we go. Oh, I can finally send 2 colonists now. Oh god, man. Oh my god, that inflation. Nice. He is definitely deserving of the name Constantinos. He definitely deserves that name. Just gonna fire this. Fire a save. Our experimental siege devices have rather unceremoniously run out of fuel. While some soldiers sigh in relief, having been uncomfortable carrying around large amounts of incredibly volatile substances, others urge us to expedite the search for its ingredients. Oh, perfect. Mount Iathea, another hydrate. A legitimate worry. Today, one of the most prominent Dynatoi has raised some concerns to the Archon Basilius, seeing as an important amount of resources are being directed to the construction of Mount Iathea, a noble endeavor, he says, and how the site lies on the other side of the mountains. He suggests that we should invest more to build a local fort, provide security to the workers, and the project's progress. Should the site fall into enemy hands, the process may suffer terribly, if not irreparable setbacks. In the end, this is just a suggestion. What do you prefer, my Archon? Basilius. I don't want to buy that. I'm going to be honest. So we need 721 gold. Let us fire off an emergency tax. That allows us to get level 2. This finishes up in... 1487. Mount Iathea, Old Knowledge. Okay, that's pretty nice. My Archon Basilius, it has been reported that our engineers have found advanced techniques of construction in the archives, books, and treatises from Old Constantinopolis. Okay, from now on, I'm just gonna call that Constantinople, because it's much easier for me. Now that we have reached more complicated stages of the project, it is certainly needed. While their access to the original texts are limited due to the severe lack of copies and alternatives, many are being inspired by the knowledge accumulated by our forefathers. With their knowledge and our local expertise, Mount Iathea will turn into a beautiful product of the old and new world. 1484. Nice. Oh, we still didn't get that fucking event that I wanted. What? When does it fire? There's a specific event that I want to fire from having a long reign with your ruler and his wife, so we can't have either of them die. Fuck. I do apologize for this little bit of save scumming, so. But I want this event to fire. Mount Iathea Commercial Cohesion. Today, a group of 3 merchants have arrived to the palace. While they claim to represent the vast majority of traders in our empire, it is obvious that they came to protect their own interests across the trade routes. This time, it wasn't simple regulations or extra tax, but the role merchants had during construction at Mount Iathea. Granted, they controlled most, if not all, the caravans going through the Appalachians, which in turn made them a key participant on the whole process. Yet this wasn't enough for them. Forced to work under the Empire's orders and tariffs, their conditions had increasingly worsened lately and prices increased. They claimed that with Iathea being such a focus on the Empire's finances, it may very well become the first center of commerce beyond the mountains. Now they demand to be free to impose their own prices, opening participation to those outside of the throne's court and proximity, or they'll leave the provinces, they say. Now this... oh boy! It's not worth it. It is not worth it. That influence would kill your nation. Easily. Even this is not good. That influence is just way too much. Oh, I still need that great temple. I might just do a little bit of shenanigans here. Temple in Odessos. Should I be trying to pay off some of the loans? Yeah, let's try and pay off a few loans just to decrease the interest we're paying. And subsequently, this. Oh, God. Oh, my God, our economy. It doesn't help that we have 42 loans. Alright, we'll hold on to this until it's ready for the next level. I think the cost will be 1,000. So from that 300, we've already done indebted, so that's not gonna help. The rest will probably just have to be loans. Also, just as a heads up to everyone about this whole little bit of save scumming that I've been doing, trying to get this event, it honestly provides no benefits for me keeping my ruler alive, because if my ruler dies, we go into a regency and the wife takes over, and she has the exact same stats except different traits to my ruler. So none of these are really that useful except for just, but like, I can just put down the rebels regardless, so... like, that tech cost is not going to benefit us because we're not going to invest into any more tech for a while until colonialism spawns. Development cost modifier is very nice, I must say. I like it. But the loyalty equilibrium is not as ideal. We're going for it. 54, 49. We'll probably have to give them another thing. This. We'll give, the Dynatoy monopoly on livestock, I reckon. Yeah, for the mercantilism. I think even if we dealt with all of our loans right away, I don't think we could get rid of the inflation in 20 years. But we're going for this because manpower is useful. And I want it. Yes! We finally got it! We got the event! Aqua Adina. I wanted this event. Ah! Just gonna screenshot this for later because I need this as a reference for something in the book. Everything began as a question in Palermo's docks. Back when she was only a sister to an unexpected someone, at the front of her father's cloth shop, a prince named Theophilus waited with a strange proposal. I need help with my accounting, and your sister Aurelia recommended you, he said in an interesting but understandable Italian. It was her numbers and calculations taught by father that had kept the shop afloat for the last couple years since his passing. 1 hour ago, she had been devastated by Aurelia's sudden departure, and now she was invited to follow in her steps. What now? Why would he want a woman's help with numbers? I may, if we sign a contract. She interposed, faced with the shop's impending doom without Aurelia. Theophilus, who had come with more earthly interest, tilted his head, while it was curiosity that what drove him to meet her. Now she gained his attention. Ida of Sicily, Basila of Rome, they call her now. A lifetime had passed after that weird first encounter, never again to drop Theophilus's hand. From the throne they turned wood into stone, bringing the spark of civilization at a speed that few expected. Many were resigned to live in an improvised city, only to see New Constantinople. Also, by the way, Nia is, I think, Latin for new, so yeah. New Constantinople resemble more an imperial capital than the old, and in the end, there was a lot of accounting after all. The aqueduct's new expansion has finished today. Ida's Aqueduct. The commoners have called it. They just as they refer to the walls as Theophilus. The Basilis-sponsored expansion now stretches for miles, turning it into a defining landmark in the city's horizon.
Malacca.
Together, they have shaped the new world. Together, they've set the first stone in which the empires produce and grows. What doesn't produce? Purdue means lost to sight, hidden in concealment, an ambush, being on a forlorn hope, sent on a desperate enterprise. Okay. Now as the water flows for the first time in a far-flung district, both drink from it. While the people cheer and join them, they smile and look at each other, locked in each other's eyes, satisfied for a work well done. Once more, even if for a single second, only they exist in a world built by them, for them. Fate is cruel, but sometimes, only sometimes, two souls seem destined to meet and love each other. And today, because of it, the world is a better place. Why do they keep naming buildings after us? Yes! This is what I was hoping for. We gain a heavy development cost reduction. It only drops it by like 4 power. Oh, well, we'll accept that death. Growing Varangian influence, grant autonomy. The Viking warriors under our employ have earned a fearsome reputation for themselves. Over the past few years, their courage and ferocity on the battlefield has helped us win many a battle against the far more numerous Barbaroi, often snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. In the capital, they have gained considerable influence with the Haraya Basila Regent, who has recently made them part of her bodyguard, much like the Varangians of old. This has caused a stir among the Dinatoi of New Constantinople, who are wary of having these barbarian foreigners so close to the ear of the Hadia Basila Regent. Whether the concerns of the nobility will be validated or not is yet to be seen, but there is little doubt that the power of these so-called Varangians will continue to grow if left unchecked. One moment. Oh my god, I've nearly gone through an entire fucking box of tissues in like a fucking week. Jesus. We'll be establishing the Varangians in this province, because I think it looks the best with the borders there. The other options are here, here, and I think Ecos? I might be wrong about Ecos. I know there's 4 options. Here, 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 and somewhere else that I can't remember. But it's on the coastline, so... It's not in Elijah, so... Varangian artwork. In the last month, no less than 3 merchants, 2 business owners, and a priest reported strange inscriptions found written on their stores and houses. Most shockingly, such an inscription was also found behind the entrance to the Temple of Zeus at New Constantinople. Such acts could not go unpunished, and an investigation was launched post-haste, which revealed that those inscriptions were written in an archaic tongue of the Varangians. Normally this would be far from a damning piece of evidence were it not for the culprit inscribing his name as part of this artwork. A short round of questioning revealed that this Halfdan is in fact Captain Halfdan, a prominent member of the Varangian Order, which when confronted with the evidence, the Order defended his actions as innocent fun, while the aggrieved party demanded compensation paid and to have him and any future perpetrators exiled. Just this. Man, our manpower increases so slowly. We're about to gain... Uh-oh. We can still win those battles. Alright. That's perfect. Once we get these 2 colonies, our economy will just be a slightly bit better, and we'll be able to go to war with them. We'll basically just hopscotch our way through here, and then colonize here, and then release the Varangian Order. Man, I can't wait to see just how strong the Ottomans are in Europe. I'm hoping we'll have a great mid to late game enemy for reconquering Europe from. Mount Iathea Dynatory deal. Some of the most important members of the Dynatory have approached the throne, this time offering some sort of deal to our Haraya Basila regents. They say that as the Empire resources and building materials are scarce, they may be able to increase the supply of needed goods if they could relocate or reinvest part of their own wealth on the newly claimed lands, estates and fiefs. They promise more food, wood, and minerals, while never going into detail on how they'll get it. While on paper that would mean in time there would be more materials to use in Mount Iathea's project, in reality this seems to be a mostly not so subtle way to ask for fewer taxes and more autonomy. Beyond the capital and other cities, the rule of law and God is already thin. This could very well give them enough autonomy to become almost independent if we do not keep a steady vigilance. What should we do? Should we trust the Dynatory in their reinvestment, or just try another approach? Now, we're actually gonna go for this, because this is just these effects won't affect the rest of the nation, which is nice. Meaning more money for me, loyalty equilibrium, which is nice, goods produced, less tax, sadly, but production is useful, so. Yeah, let's do that. Let me just save just in case. Oh my god. I can either make this a good settlement for producing goods. I think the trade good actually changes once we finish this to like incense, I think. I'm not sure. I remember there being the trade good here changing, so if only we had gold here, that would be amazing. Oh man, I am still not buying Helldivers 2 until they get this situation sorted out. If Sony decides to keep going forward with their batshit plans of, you know, trying to PSN it, then nope, I won't be buying the game. I even said something about this, like, when, on the Monday that they announced that they were toning back on shit last week. I don't get why they fucking need to screw around with games that are good. $10 US. Deserved. It's fucking deserved. let's see. Oh my god, that's beautiful. That is fucking beautiful. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. The Blue Stand, that's not even hardly close to what Sony did. Like, sure, it's a dick move on Nintendo's part, but like, Nintendo's always done that, so they've always been hard on modders that use. I mean, yes, it's a valid reason to be pissed, but it's still not. It's not a similar case as to what Sony's doing. Nintendo just doesn't want people fucking around with their IP, even if it's an open source project or a project made by a person that doesn't use any assets related to them. Just their what the fuck's the right word? Not assets. Whatever it's called. No, I have not seen Moist Critical. What? Why did I lose this? At least it gave me a refund that allowed me to get it back. Wait. Oh my god, it changed its effects. The effects changed. Why did the effects change? Hold up, I need to load back and see what the actual effects that were changed were. Oh god. Yeah, it changed. Oh, has less than 15 provinces in Elysium? I see, I see. So, what I could do is just do one last hurrah of my development. And you wonder why I go to the bathroom so often, Bert. Also, dinner is soon gonna be ready in any minute now. One moment. So, heavy Diplo. Oh, I should check. This changes the trade goods. Methanine gets dyes, so we're gonna heavily invest here, since dyes are a really powerful resource. So... and there we go. That ought to boost our economy even further. Oh, 5 ducats. It's beautiful. What do you mean? What do you... Are you talking about me or Vert? You're gonna have to be a bit more specific because I don't know what you're talking about. Because I've said a lot of shit. What? Tissues. I was blowing my nose because, you know, I'm sick. I've blown my nose like probably 30 times today. Well, on stream. Each time I've muted, turned around, and did it because, you know, it's kind of a gross thing. Also, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, so I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I do apologize for that. Supper was finished just at that moment, so... I think I might go for this. Less influence, less loyalty loss from seizing land. But that reform progress would be pretty nice to have. This is gonna be worthless to me because max promoted culture doesn't really matter in this. Because there's a special mechanic that assimilates cultures. You need to convert them and remove their separatism, and then they'll start to convert to a very specific culture based on the region it's in. It's a really cool mechanic. That's completely unique to Third Odyssey. Also, one moment. Because now, I gotta do, what Labulistan thought I was gonna do. Which I don't think I'm actually allowed to say on YouTube. I think I could actually get in trouble with their TOS if I do say. Even as a joke, so... Well, like, there's literally nothing behind me, as you can see. So, like, there ain't no way I'm doing anything like that. Yeah, I'm just gonna go royal favoritism, I guess? No, reform progress. That means I can pump out more reforms and get through it faster. I think this headset might have a bigger effect on my head than my old one. Oh, money. Or 50% cheaper. At side? What? What do you mean side? Oh. You didn't say it, but... Here. Oh, I'm gonna hold off on this mission so that I can get that when my economy's in a better state. Because I'm not gonna employ anyone until I have the money stockpiled for this. Separatism needs to drop, and then that'll work. Another idea, so let's go for that. That gives us Never Falter again. Wait. Oh, we forgot to send the colonists. Oopsies! Quad. Now, this is a vanilla event. However, this is a oh man, this is not a suitable event for this ruler. So basically, what this event is basically a chance to marry a Native American tribe marry a consort from one of the tribes. Randomly chooses a tribe and all that. It's not. It's a bit of RP, sure. However, in this scenario, it's terrible to think about considering just what the regent and her former husband was going through. So, yeah. No. Never. Oh god, our inflation. Oh, Jesus. Oh, 20%! The cost for the Great Project increases by 20%. Uh-oh. Our inflation might be just kicking us in the rear. I have faith that this band of soldiers can handle a 7K army. But just in case, we'll send another regiment of Janissaries down. 400 ducats from that. Okay, just under 1,000. Do that. Now, for the rest of the 400 gold, what options do we have for money? We could debase the currency, but I think corruption is a lot harder to deal with, and we already have pretty high corruption, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, why? You're shitting me. I have done this as fast as possible, and it's gonna finish over by 3 years. Meaning I'm actually gonna have to invest money into this to speed it up by 2.5 years. Or is that 3? 360... 2.5 years, about. That's not even gonna finish it in time! We're gonna have to invest twice in this! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... That is so stupid. 2... It is just barely gonna finish now. Oh my god. Now we can start rebuilding our economy, paying off loans in... Oh. Uh-oh. We have to spend more money now. Not only do we lose 250 ducats because of this, we also have to spend another further 250. It was a quiet day in the town of Ipaea as carts and people moved up and down the mountains. Progress in the project site has been steady, and many were satisfied with construction's current state. That is, until the explosion. Out of necessity to clear their site of rocks and some other stubborn obstacles, one of the engineers had been experimenting with an unstable mix of Greek fire and other elements. Such mix, he assured the rest, could help with controlled explosions to open ways, destroy rock, and even cut hills in two. Something must have gone wrong as he was trying it out in the cabin at the site, as this one exploded and set fire to an important amount of infrastructure in place. Workers trying to contain the fire tried to put out the fire with water. Didn't work. It got way worse. Now the project has lost materials, workers, and a couple engineers. Plus time. Is there anything we can do? That one really upset me. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. We're at 56 loans. How are we losing this battle? Oh my god. There goes what little manpower I had. Oh, lovely. And that at the same time. I don't care. Fuck! I was so close to accomplishing this as well. One more tick, and then we're destroying them. There's no way we lose a third time. We're not letting any further rebels fire. The nape is here. Increase autonomy. I'm just not dealing with them. Oh my god. The worst part is the manpower losses. That's the worst part. We're not going to be able to do any wars anytime soon. Because of that. We'll slacken recruitment standards. And I'll also go for this guy, just to further boost up the manpower by a further 37. That'll help us reduce corruption and inflation by more. That boosted up by another 3. Yep, you have 0 manpower in the beginning of this, because it's logical. Like, there would be almost no one to conscript. No one to use as soldiers in this sort of scenario. Fuck. This army was rebuilt. That's good. Begin drilling. Actually, let's not drill. Me having to boost this again is really the last nail in the coffin for me. Oh my god. Alright, repay off some of these smaller loans just to decrease the interest. We're losing 8 ducats in interest. I'm gonna have to dev up even further just to boost my economy just a slight bit more. Tobacco is a nice trade good, so... Like, logically, that event shouldn't have fired because our Greek fire reserves ran out. Lore-wise, we shouldn't have had that event. Alright, here we go. Oh wait, why didn't I think of this? Thank you. We're in a better position now. I think I might actually be even able to do these wars now. Like, why did those rebels give us such a hard time when we were able to easily decimate them? That's what I'm confused about. God damn, could you just die already? Raise war taxes. That puts me in the green. I would like to make them a vassal, so... Do this. I need the colonialism. Oh. Man, talk about a rough time. fuck. Don't you dare go for that fucking colony. Good. We're almost there to this. Oh, yes. The sooner I can end this war, the better. $40 loans. We're making progress on the loans. Wait for that naval battle to end. Roman vassal. This must be a new feature of the update. I don't... Nah. What? Why would you... You were perfectly fine where you were. Perhaps I should have annexed. Why did I lose them as a vassal? What? I literally just vassalized them. Oh, I think this is an issue with Paradox itself. I think because of the migratory mechanics, every time they move tiles, it breaks the subjugation, which is stupid. Alright, chat. Answer me. How should I handle this? Because we just fought a war with them, and like, we get nothing. We didn't get the full demands that we argued with them, that we negotiated for, so what does chat think? What should we do? Should I just load back and annex them, or what? Like, what do you guys think? Nobody's answering. I'm just gonna load back and annex them. Because that was stupid. I don't know why they could just break subjugation because they're a migratory tribe. It's pretty dumb. Like, we can't even make it a course, so, like... Pequot. Oh. So So that's where the other province was. There. Come on. Come on! Reveal this tile. Thank you. Here. Also, I'll just need a moment. We won't be going to war anytime soon, and now. Not until we deal with these loans. Hell, I'm probably gonna have to do a sale of titles again, just to help get these loans under control. Yeah, that's probably the best choice right now. Perfect, even more money. That's another 2 loans eliminated. Seven loans. Oh, yes. Now, from here on out, we need to just let administrative burden completely dissipate. We need it gone. I may have forgot to start making cores. Next, we'll try and focus on the coastlines. Stability cost, nice. Although not really useful, all things considered. It's cheaper to do this. I did not expect 2.5 thousand. We just lost a colony. Or, well, a good chunk of the colony. Ow! I thought that much. I didn't expect that many. Hey there, Almandon. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Aw, man. Losing 200 settlers here is rough. Been better, been worse. It's one of those days. And there we go. We now have colonial administration, 200 settlers in Elysium. But man, all these buffs we have to the colonies is amazing. Like 161 colonists per year, meaning we'll finish a colony in like 5 years? Pretty fast. 5 years because of this. We're gonna go for this because we actually need the manpower. Oh, so much inflation! Constantinos the 12th has taken the throne. Yeah, we're disinheriting that. We're not having that. A 203? Oh god, no. No wonder I lost that. Oh my god, that 435. Weak claim. Yeah, why not? Oh my god, it's another Constantinos. That's gonna be the 13th. 4,000 natives here. No wonder they beat my army. I failed to check that. 1494 for this. Oh, headset's dying. Damn, it lasted quite a while. Ba-da-da. Let's get this again. I need that administrative burden to lose it. Another native uprising, man. They really do not like this colony, but they aren't getting rid of us. We're gonna hold on to our power from here on out for tech. Well, for developing land once colonialism spawns, so that we can get it firing in our lands right away. Oh no! Wow, these numbers linked up. That's wild. One more. Yes! Now, grant autonomy to the Varangian Order. Semi-autonomous substate. Although the Varangians have become increasingly influential in the realm, it is still within our power to determine which lands they will govern. New Theodosia. Grant area, which grants them there. Now, that boosts my economy because, oh boy, I no longer have to pay them. Wow. But, well, a lot... Actually, that was mostly from colonies, so... I was wrong. Yeah, it only increased it by, like, 0.20. But still. Still. Nah, let's not have him. $1,500 and $1,500, so we can decrease maintenance based on that to about there. Sell titles again. What are the cheapest loans? This. Don't do these, because they don't have much interest. 1, 2, 3, 4. I paid one off by accident. 22 loans. I'm fucking amazed that we're somehow coming back from this. Oh my god. Our interest is dropping greatly. Oh, fuck me, man. Hold on to our power. Although our crown land is not good as well. Over time, it'll start to get better. Also, I've forgotten to do this. Oops. No, you're not taking away a development. Oh, come on. God, I hate this event. It's such a stupid event. I genuinely want to go into the game files and just delete that event from existence because it's so stupid. Also, I'm just gonna need a minute. Fuck. Sorry about that. That's another loan paid off right there. Well, I need a bit more ducats for that. But there we go. Whoa, 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 no, 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 I don't want you. They can handle with the... Oh, they can't actually deal with that unrest. And they don't even have an army yet. God damn our inflation. It hurts so much. Oh. It really does. Wait an extra tick for that. There we go. I could pay these loans off, but they don't have much interest, so I don't want to. Shit. I don't know which loan I just paid off. Okay, I paid off one of the high interest loans. Aqueducts. We're gonna develop the hell out of this province once colonialism spawns. No, I was gonna go for this, but it's not worth it. Because that institution spread won't do too much compared to the power that could be used to dev provinces instead. There's that colony. Next colony will go down there. No, don't pay off those loans. These loans are more important. We have 15 of these loans to pay off. All are around the same price, so... Iron there, not a bad resource. Oh shit, I just looked at the time. I actually gotta start ending stream now. We've done 5 hours of this. I want to continue with this next, well, probably another day. From here on out, it's gonna start getting a lot less events, more actual gameplay, because we're pretty much done the rebuilding the fucking nation phase. We just gotta finish off those loans, and then we're pretty much ready to start just rolling out with the economy. And Zramble, thank you for the follow. So yeah, I'm thinking what will I be doing tomorrow? I might do more of this tomorrow. I might. Yeah. Fuck it. Why not? So yeah, I will see you all tomorrow. Have yourselves a good day, and who can I raid anyone today? Who's streaming what? Following. Let's see. I'm not sending you off to Among Us. Let's see. Jump King. Nah. The only one that could actually use the follower, well, the viewers, I mean, not the followers, is doing Among Us, and I don't want to subject you guys to Among Us, so yeah.